here. We black. How we feeling? How we doing? It's Thanksgiving right now, isn't it? Happy Thanksgiving to everyone who's doing their whole Thanksgiving thing. I'm in Canada, so we have a different Thanksgiving. I'm actually about to shoot a meditation video, a guided meditation for the private community over on Ko-fi.com/Heinz. But the neighbor is doing a little bit of lawn mowing right now, so it's kind of interrupting with the vibes. So I was like, how about we just come online for a second and just have a calm, chill session. Check back in with the chat. I see we got Ghana in the building. Shout out to Ghana. Let me know where you at. Let me know how you feeling. This is the number one chill spot on the internet. And I'm gonna just be playing around with some of my drum sounds here before my meditation video. If you're not on the Ko-fi community, the private community, you really should join, because that's where we be doing the guided experiences, the guided meditations, and they're a vibe. Quite excited for this next one as well, because now we're using the wave ring where I can control a little bit more. It's just a calming day. Today was kind of weird for me. I was super tired. I had this long dentist session yesterday, like 4 hours. And when the dentist tries to freeze you, so you don't feel the pain on whatever they're going to do, for some reason, my mind, my spirit will just not fully freeze. So they be doing the dentist work and I'll be like, ah. And they're like, yo, you could feel that? I'm like, yeah, I could feel that. I'm like, yeah, I could feel that. My dentist is amazing though. He's an amazing guy. It's more of a me problem. So I was in so much pain yesterday. I had so much freezing. I had about 5 times the amount of freezing I was supposed to have in my mouth. And I could just feel it all in my mind today, my brain today. So today is a little bit sluggish, just a little bit slow. And I came to the studio just oh man, just feeling super slow today, sluggish. And I'm like, it's because of all this freezing that's still in my brain. But we're going to come here and unwind, unwind the mind, rewire the mind, prepare ourselves to have a better day tomorrow. We do the best we can while we can. Some days aren't going to pan out the exact way we intended it to be, but at the end of the day, it's about our momentum. It's about our consistency, isn't it? It's about our momentum and it's about our consistency. So really, at the end of the day, we do the best we can while we can. Let me know how you're feeling on a scale of 1 to 10. I want to know what the frequency is like today. This is the number one chill spot on the internet. I believe it is one of the most humblest and beautiful communities on the internet in the world. We have people from all over, so please represent where you are right now in the world. I'm in Vancouver, BC, Canada. It's wintertime over here. It's quite cold, but we thrive and regardless. Hey, we got Kiara in the building. Shout out to Daya in the building. You exude so much peace. I automatically feel relaxed. You know what? That's my intention with showing up in these places, is just to offer a little bit of balance and peace. I know these algorithms can get quite chaotic. I know these algorithms can get, they can trigger us in a lot of ways. We may see something we don't like or upsets us, or we may compare ourselves. And at the end of the day, sometimes we all just need a place to come where we know it's going to be a place of balance. And that's what this channel is about. That's what the intention is. And, we're always trying to figure out how to make it better and, bring different experiences, to you so it doesn't get dull for you. So, I put a lot of time and thought into that. We got Jamaica in the building. Shout out to Jamaica. So we got Colorado in the building. We have Ghana in the building. Shout out to Ghana. Shout out to my Africans. I miss Africa. I miss Kenya. I got to come out to Ghana though. I already know I'm going to love Ghana too. We got New Zealand in the building. I love it. Like I said, I'm just putting myself in the spirit right now to do a guided meditation video after this stream for the private community, the Ko-fi community. And we have some really cool updates and advances that are coming to that community that's going to make the user experience so much better that I will be announcing in December. So that, man, I'm just really excited, and I'm grateful for everyone that comes and supports, what we are doing over here. We got Virginia in the building. We have Toronto in the building. Oh my God, we got everybody in the building. We let go of whatever no longer serves us, whatever we are holding on to, whatever has been stressing us out, whatever we have been clenching onto. I was really thinking about today the importance of play. Actually, when I came in my studio, I felt like a lot of pressure. Sometimes with creativity, like you feel like the pressure, you have to make something, the pressure, and you have to do it right because you're like, I don't have a lot of time. And I don't like that feeling. Now, I love sometimes having my back against the wall and having deadlines, because that can put you in another space. That structure is really beautiful for your spirit at times. But today I wrote in my journal here, my pocket journal, today I want to play. Today I want to play. And that was the theme. Although I had some other things to do, I'm like, whatever I am doing, I'm making sure I'm bringing the frequency of play into that thing. Because as we get older, for some reason, we lose that ability because, I don't know, the fear, the responsibilities, the adulting, and then we develop this constant fear of failure. But a fear of failure, I realize, is also a fear of the process. It's a fear of the journey in itself. Fear is a natural step in our process. It's like, it's a necessary ingredient for our foundation. I was thinking about a baby, and if you think about babies, like they're actually quite fearless. Like they jump on, the tabletops, they'll put their fingers into sockets, and they just don't know no better. And that's why they're so fearless. But think about when a baby starts to walk and how fearless they are. And the first time they stand up, they try to take a step, and then what happens? They fall down. But a lot of babies who I've seen who do that, they'll start laughing. They were like, oh my God, I did it. I did one step. They're not like comparing themselves. They're not getting angry. They're like, hey, I could do this. Hey, I made one step. I'm going to try 2 steps tomorrow. And they continue to go until they learn how to walk and to stand. And I'm like, that's the energy I'm trying to bring into the next season right now, is this more play, less fear in the process. Yeah, we have to adult. Yeah, we have responsibilities. Of course, there's pressures, of course, maybe our family's like, hey, what are you doing? Do this, do that. Society's looking at us. But at the end of the day, we had to somehow preserve that childlike spirit within ourselves and like input that into the things that we do. And I think that's how we bring out the best work out of ourselves, the best relationships within ourselves. And we keep things spicy. We keep things, just at that frequency where we enjoy and we love life. Because what's the point? We might as well love the life we are living and live the life that we love. playing around with some sounds, seeing what kind of sounds we're going to use for this next video we're making. So we're going to be doing a meditation video. I'm going to shoot it today. I'm just waiting for like the neighbor to stop doing all this yard work. So as soon as I'm confident they're not going to do no yard work, because I was in a vibe, y'all. I was like making this meditation video, and next thing you know, I'm like, yo, what a vibe killer, right? But instead of getting angry, I just like, you know what? That means the wind is trying to take us in a different direction right now. So let's just put that away. Who cares? We can come back to that later. What can we do right now? And then that's why we're here now. You understand? We're here now. Give ourselves the grace and the space to make mistakes, you know, to elevate, to experiment. See, we got some more people in the building right now. Let me know where you at. Love the ring gadget. It brings so much joy. Yeah, I enjoy it because you know what it is? I'm like an all feels kind of person. Like if I don't feel something, I don't want to do it. And of course, you know, I'm an adult, so I can do things. I can have the discipline. But when it comes to my YouTube, I want to have fun. And for a while, I wasn't having much fun because I was just like, I don't know. It's just easy to come in the studio and then talk and blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, of course, but I was like, how can we at least just spice it up a little bit, have more fun? And then, yeah, this ring just like unlocked that for me. I was like, this ring is so much fun. Like, it's like, you know, so much I could do. It's just way more fun like, to control the sound, you know, instead of like, because also, yeah, it's just more fun to be able to control the sound while I'm talking and like, you know, build it into an intuitive experience. I actually purchased another piece of tech where I don't even need the ring. It's actually, I can program my hands completely without the ring and like there's like a sensor that sits on the table. So that's going to be like my next thing I figure out. And then like, I'm going to have it so like different fingers trigger different sound effects. So like, the whole goal is for it to be like more of a seamless experience because I want to be really present and intentional with you, right? And at first I was like, yeah, this is cool. Like I can play sounds here. I can like turn on down the volume, but it just felt too mechanical. You know, even changing the camera scenes before it felt too mechanical. So, you know, now I can change the camera scenes as well without my hands. So that's pretty nice. You know, that's pretty nice. Pretty fun. We're always kind of thinking how we can do, I don't know, we just gotta have fun with life, right? You know, we have to have fun with life. We have Aaron in the building who's 2 weeks sober from drugs and alcohol today. Congratulations to you. That's amazing. You're on a whole new journey right now, a whole new direction. More love and blessings to your journey. I love it. Health is wealth. You know, we are focusing on that. Health is wealth. Hey, shout out to Travis in the building. Congratulations. Happy Thanksgiving. Yes, everybody, happy Thanksgiving. I'm in Canada, so it's like we already had our Thanksgiving like 2 months ago, but I know everybody in America. My girl is back in America right now, so she's doing Thanksgiving. I got my lap saying Su Hong tea. This is truly the #1 chill spot in the building. Yes, everybody congratulate Erin in the building right now in the chat for her journey of prosperity and health as wealth. I 100%, you know, I've done a lot of research into streaming. Like anything I get into, I do a lot of research. A lot of my days is just like analyzing things and researching things. So I've watched a lot of different streamers. I've watched the best streamers, the biggest streamers. I'm not gonna say the best streamers. I'm gonna call them the biggest streamers. Sometimes the biggest aren't the best, but hey, whatever. And I've analyzed all their chats. I ain't never really seen the frequency that we have here in this chat in other places. Man, these other chats be chaotic sometimes. They be really negative, a lot of drama. You know, people in our chat here at the #1 chill spot, people share their own quotes. their own experiences. There's even been people who have linked up in real person from the live streams who, it's just a different frequency. And I love that. I love that. I love what we created. Which streaming platform is your favorite? I don't have a favorite. They're all different. So let me break down what I like. So YouTube, I love streaming because it's like YouTube is with my community. I come online, you guys know what it is. It's not really any new viewers coming in. It's really like, it's just like the home base. I would say YouTube feels like home. Twitch for me right now is like, that's where we've been doing the study streams and the work with me streams. So I think Twitch is more of a experimental place. I don't really like the layout as much, but it will be a platform I continue to play with, I think, and experiment with things over there. I'm actually, what I want to do is kind of create majority of my content live, live, and then break down that content into the different platforms, which just takes more preparation and stuff. So I think Twitch is going to serve as that. But the best place to stream and get new viewers and like introduce what we're doing to new people is actually TikTok. TikTok just puts you in front of new people on that For You page. And every time I stream on TikTok, I have 1,000 new followers every single time, and then a good percentage of those people come to the YouTube and they end up joining this community over here. So, yeah, each one serves its own purpose, but YouTube, I would say, is like, it's home, it's definitely home. We're trying to figure out which sounds we're going to use for this meditation video. We have some nice little sound effects. I think this video will go, how are you adding captions to your videos? How am I adding captions to my videos? I just do it in my software, DaVinci. There's an auto subtitle thing, and it just analyzes the text, and then I go in and I just fix it, space it, stylize it. Yeah, it takes actually like time, but anytime I put subtitles on the videos, there's always a few people who like really thank me, especially for people who are learning English. They say it really helps. So I'm trying to make sure every video I do that, although it is quite tedious, but it is what it is. Do you have an editing process? Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say I have like a linear editing process, like a way I edit every single time, because it's like, it depends on what I'm editing, right? And I have a long background in editing, from music videos to documentaries to weddings to promotional material for myself to artists for corporate companies. I've literally edited everything you can imagine. So like all of those type of things, I would edit in a very different way. But and it's very intuitive. Like my editing is very intuitive. I'm actually I was recently in Kenya, back in, when was this? June and July I was in Kenya, and I shot a lot of footage that I haven't shared yet. So I'm actually right now working on a series where I'm editing all that footage, and I'm doing a live edit of it. And I'm sharing that whole process, from the organizing to the editing to the sound design to the storytelling to the overdubbing to the color correction, and then that whole series is for the creator tier on our private community. And then that final video will obviously come on YouTube. But the editing process, everyone that's joined that creator tier is gonna be with me through that whole video, which I think is a really good one, because I filmed a bunch of footage with no real intention or purpose, just capturing footage. And I'm actually really good with just taking a bunch of footage and then like doing something with it. So I think it's gonna be a really fun process for me to break that down live and show people. And I know we're gonna create something really cool out of it because we got enough footage. You know, it's an amazing experience. Kenya, enough months have passed where like now I can look at that footage with like a new lens as well. So yeah, it's gonna be a vibe. I'm working on it right now. I'm literally working on it right now. So I think the first video, the one of the first videos in that series, the behind the scenes, will be up maybe in a week or so. Yeah, yeah. Yo, I love the film you did when you went out the house to get away. Those are chill. Yeah, I enjoyed those too. I wish more people clicked on that video and watched it. That video got slept on. That was a really good video. It was a really good video. I actually really enjoyed that one. I'm actually I've been actually filming behind the scenes of myself every single day too. So probably actually coming up soon, I'm gonna have like another. I'm starting to document everything I do behind the process as well, and I want to start to share these things. So yeah, we'll do more stuff like that. You know, it's just hard to like. There's always just too many ideas going, and you really have to like narrow down and kind of focus on one thing. And for me right now, I'm in a season where I want to focus on things that challenge me and that force me to learn new things. So that's kind of why I'm like diving more into like the sound and stuff and like building that stuff out and building these intuitive experiences, because to me that's like a new challenge and a whole new world, and I think that separates me from other creators online. But of course, you know, certain other things that are just fun I'll still continue to do. But the more you guys support the things you really like, probably the more I'll do those. So if you like those outside vlog experiences, I call them docu vlogs, since I kind of I call it like a docu vlog. If you want more of those, show those love. Then I'll do more of them, you know? I'll do more of them. I was so engaged when you go looking for the vinyl record. I overall liked it a lot. Maybe the thumbnail confused them because you weren't in your usual place. Yeah, I don't know. I felt like it needed a different thumbnail though, because it's like that's what the video is, about. But yeah, a lot of people were like, "Yo, this is one of the best vlogs I've seen," and I was like, "Yo, no cap, it's a good video. It's a good video. How do I join the creator community?" It's There's a link here. Let me throw the link up on the screen for you. So if you can see here, there's a link. That's the link, and there's a lot of evolution that's going to be happening over there. I can't actually say exactly what that evolution is, but yeah, trust me, it's about to get really cool over there because there's some new additions and some user experience things to like really mobilize the community better and organize things a little better. That's coming. My team is working on it at the moment. But yeah, the creator tiers over here. I think there's like 10 new members in the last week. It's pretty cool. There's also currently a private Discord for that. So that private Discord is also direct access to me and what we are doing over here. So yeah, we share also for this the for all the tiers there. There's a fam tier and there's a creator tier. The creator tier is more, for the production side of things, but the creator tier also gets everything in the fam tier. But in the fam tier is like where I post all the guided meditations, because with the guided meditation, like that needs to be a flawless experience, and sometimes I use music that is copywritten. So unfortunately, if I put a song that has a copyright on it, YouTube's automatically going to throw ads on it for the artist, which makes sense, but then it's kind of crazy if you're meditating and then an ad pops up. So the private community is basically a place where I can create certain types of content that I can't create here fully. And it's just, more suited for the user experience, which is the most important thing, isn't it? That is the most important thing. Anybody else dealing with loneliness today? ZB said, I'm sure there's some people dealing with loneliness today. Show some love in the chat for Z Beast. You know, we have a Discord, we have a public Discord community as well. Join in there. There's always people in there. What was that really good video he was referring to? What is that video even titled? I don't even know. It's a vlog. It's like a nature vlog. With my lady. It probably posted it like a month and a bit ago. Um, yeah, I'm gonna do another one though. Let me get another one of those out. It kind of keeps me accountable to like do more things as well, right? But I am actually going out into the mountains next week, so that would be pretty good to document. I think I'm gonna go do another cold plunge next week, and it's even more cold right now, But I wanna do that for my mind, my body, and my spirit. I really want to strengthen oneself in this season. What's the hand motion ring called? It's called Genki, Genki. Um, and then I'm using it with a software called Glover. That software basically allows me to program the movements, and then through that, I'm MIDI mapping it into Ableton. So like I can tell it whatever to do. Like right now, like if I wanted to be like, hey, add delay and reverb when I go like this, it will do that. At the moment, I have an EQ on it, so when I go like this, or let me bring it up. Yeah. So at the moment, I have an EQ on it, so when I go like this, it opens it up, and when I close it, so it's just like a little bit more easier, right? Because if like it's just easier for me to come in and talk over this versus then I can just lower the volume as well. But um yeah, I'm gonna actually get it so I can program a few different things on this hand because there's about 3 or 4 other functions I want to add for some like delays and some reverb and everything like that. The cool thing is like when I'm making those type of videos, like I posted one 2 days ago, and when I make those when I do like the video I posted like 2 days ago, when I'm like gonna be integrating the sound while I'm talking live, there's actually like not a lot of error, there's not a lot of room for error because if I make a mistake, it's like I gotta redo the whole thing again because now the sound is like you can't really just make an edit. So I like that. I like how there's that challenge there. Um, it's cool that you can be so authentic on camera. This is actually something I'm going to be talking about a lot on the creator tier because I think that's one of my strong suits. And I think in this era where everyone does content creation, which is beautiful, but then at the same time, it can be like, oh my God, how do I cut through the noise? Or like, is everything oversaturated? Now I think it's not necessarily the information anyone brings forth because, like, at the end of the day, like, I feel like everything has been said. I don't know if y'all kind of feel like that, but I feel like almost everything has been said, but it's just now more so the way it's being said, the story it's being told through and the tonality and simply, the individual who's bringing that information has to bring it through in a different experience. And I think that's what a lot of creators kind of have to focus on is how are they going to make whatever they're doing a one-on-one experience unique so they can cut through the noise and kind of separate themselves from the sea of other creators, because at the end of the day you want someone to come to whatever you're doing, let it be if it's your business, if it's your art, whatever it is, you want them to come to you and be like, oh, this is them. Like I can see what it is that is them. There's like a certain feel, a certain flavor, and they can at least intuitively feel like they get it in a way. that it's separate from everything else that they see. And that is something I'm really passionate about. So that's something that we'll be talking on the creator tier a lot about, is like, because if you go look at my first videos on YouTube, like when I first started talking, at first I couldn't even look at the camera. At first I couldn't even look at the if you're ever bored, if you ever get bored, right? Or you're ever feeling like discouraged, if you're like creating content, or you want to create content, or whatever it is, if you maybe you want to talk on camera, maybe you want to do a podcast, whatever it may be, if you're ever feeling discouraged, just go back to like and just watch the progression of my videos. At the very beginning, I couldn't even look into the camera. So I'd film like side angle, side angle talking. And then finally I could get in front of the camera, but I'd only wear glasses like these because I literally just couldn't look I literally couldn't I couldn't look into the camera. Right. And then finally one day I got comfortable enough to take off the glasses and I could speak to the camera. And then it's just like a natural progression, right? Over years. And even just from 2 years ago, I've gotten better from when most people discovered me. There's even been a change in that expression. So it's a natural progression. It's something that the more you do something, the better you're just going to get. Life of Riza has an authentic cinematic vibe too. Yeah, she's very cinematic. She has a very good way of storytelling through different scenes and keeping a cohesive tone through those scenes. I'm more somebody that likes to capture me in like a certain environment versus like what she does, I wouldn't be good at. Because like I don't like telling a story in multiple different scenes like that. Like my tone and my pacing will just change. Like I really got to capture how I feel in a moment. So I love her style because it is also her, and she does that very well. She does that very well. It's important to understand like what is your nature and what isn't, and like hone in on your style. Because sometimes we can see someone else doing what they do well and be like, oh, I need to do it like them. But it's like, no, 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 no. Like find out what your style is. Like I very much like, again, I have a decade of filming videos and editing, but like I've decided to more just, curate in this one position in this one space. So of course, like we add some other things, but like I kind of prefer just to you know, do what I'm doing now versus cinematic videos and stuff, vlogs. Is this live? Yeah, this is live. Of course, this is live. This is live. Working on your first EP, do you have any advice from music, keeping the sound and energy pure in a recording? Yeah, I'd say the keeping the energy and pure is just put yourself in a good space to record. Like, have a lot of fun with it, a lot of play with it. Environment's really important when you're recording. I don't know if you have like people around, but make sure you're recording in a space with like people who bring a calm to your nerves, or support you in that creative energy. If you're doing it by yourself, just be intentional and just like experiment and just like allow that natural essence to flow through your recording, and then it will be felt, and then just release it. And once you release it into the world, it's no longer yours, it's the world's. And then you just get to the next thing, and then you just play around again and you experiment in a different way. I love improv. I think improv is a beautiful thing. It's like just capturing your essence between some boundaries that you have set for yourself. I've spent like a lot of time in different studios with different artists, and a lot of the times the best stuff I've heard is when people were just going off of the dome. They just stepped into the studio and they just felt the music, and they just at least allowed whatever was coming through them to be recorded onto the mic. And sometimes they were just humming melodies, whatever it is. But it's more so like putting yourself in an environment where you can capture your rawest and realest self, you know? And that's kind of the way I like to create things, is like, how can I not make a video How can I more just capture how I feel in that moment or capture my essence in that moment? And I think that's why I kind of curated what I do more into this direction versus making videos that have 50 different shots in them, which is something I used to do. I used to like back in the day, it's just like I was more of like a filmmaker. So like I would film a lot of different scenes, but that that to me is less there's a less of a flow for that for me now. Like I don't enjoy that as much. And that's interesting as well. Like certain things you enjoy about your creative process, and then years later, you may not enjoy those things anymore. And that's just you have to listen to those feelings and listen to that call. Like your artistry, your creative process, the way you do things will evolve. And it was hard for me to accept that at one point because it was like I had a certain way of doing things, and I knew I was good at doing things in a certain way. And then to be like, well, I'm not even going to do that anymore. It was like it was difficult to like let go of that. But once you do, then you give yourself the space to explore in a new direction, and then you discover new things, right? So kind of just honoring that space that you're in. Do you get over a breakup? I always say this, like there's no hack to getting over a breakup, and every breakup is so unique, but every breakup offers a spectrum of emotions that you have to go through, right? Like grief, you have to go through grief. And in that grief, there's going to be different things that you feel. You may feel regret, you may feel loss, you may feel anger, you may feel love again. You're like, you're just loving them, you're just missing them. And then you may go into resentment. And then you may go into self-hatred for even putting yourself in that situation or for allowing yourself to love again. And then you go into acceptance, and then you go into forgiveness, maybe forgiveness for yourself. And then you go into love again because you find your love, you find your power. And like grief just offers that experience. And there's no real way to hack that experience. You actually kind of have to just submit to that experience. You can distract yourself. That's the only way to hack it. But regardless, you're going to have to come back and heal that aspect of yourself. And it's better to do that because I prefer when I'm in a relationship to just like go through the breakup because I don't want to meet somebody else and be still carrying this load from before or carrying like distrust. Like one thing about me, when I step into a relationship, that person gets a completely blank canvas, meaning it doesn't really matter like what happened in my past relationships. Let's say someone lied to me like religiously. I'm not stepping into a new relationship treating you like you're going to lie to me, right? I'm leaving that stuff behind. I'm leaving that stuff behind with that person and that experience. And I'm giving the new experience the fresh breath start that it deserves. So I know I'm not carrying this load. And one of the best ways to do that is going through a breakup in a healthy manner, submitting into the grief, knowing I have to go through this. One time I was going through a difficult breakup, right, with somebody I loved. And I went to go see a mentor of mine. And I just sat down with him. And he's like, yo, do monkeys grieve? And I was like, what? That's kind of a weird question. But like, he's speaking parables. So I thought about it. He's like, and I'm like, yeah, actually they do. Because I remember I seen a video before of monkeys crying because another monkey died. So I'm like, yeah, they do grieve. And then as soon as I said that to him, I understood what he was saying. Like he was telling me like you're grieving right now, and that's a natural process. Like even animals grieve, right? That's a natural aspect of life. So just accept it. And he didn't have to say that to me. I just understood what he was saying as soon as I recognized, I'm like, yeah, even monkeys grieve. So I was like, oh, this is life, right? Just like I was saying earlier, like, fail, failure is a part of life. We have to fail. We have to fail to get better. We have to make mistakes. And grief is a natural aspect of the process when you go through a breakup. And pretty much everyone goes through a breakup. Like very few people, meet someone in high school and they're together forever. Those stories are out there, but they're very few, right? Everyone, pretty much 99% of people go through a breakup. So it's also something very normal. It's very normal. And for me, I always kind of, I don't know why, but I find that comforting, like to know, like, well, everyone's going through this as well, like, oh, everyone's going through some sadness, everyone goes through some loss, everyone's kind of been broken up with before, whatever, got their heart broken. It's just a natural thing we all experience. But the way we respond and the way we react to these things is completely unique, you know, and that's how we tell our story, that's how we experience. Spend a day or two around elephants. I actually spent some time at an elephant sanctuary in Thailand. So I saw how deeply emotional elephants were, and these elephants were ones that were saved. So they're very sensitive as well, and very on guard because they've been abused by people in the past. Unfortunately, gonna be recording a meditation video later today. Forgot the reason why I came on here was just to test some sounds. I feel like this meditation video has to have something that's a little bit more fun in it though. I don't like meditation videos just to be all like drowned out and like ethereal. I always like there to be some type of like drum aspect or something to kind of pick up the energy. A dilemma I'm having as a content creator, maybe someone out there can help me. One dilemma I've been having is, I feel like I've come up with some new formats and things I enjoy over here on YouTube with the streaming and everything like that. But when it comes to the short form content, I don't know. Like that's just a thing I just feel kind of lost at right now. I don't even really enjoy being on Instagram and TikTok. So that's part of the problem as well. Is like I don't even really enjoy those spaces as much anymore. So I've been trying to figure out, I'm like, how can I show up in these spaces again in like an intentional way that feels fun for me? And like I already know, like I already know there's certain things I could just do that are gonna do well, but it's like again, I'm not that type of guy. Like I gotta feel it. I like to have fun. But I just feel like the landscape of these social media sites, like especially the short form ones, I don't know. I feel like the frequency over there has changed a lot. And I just found myself not really enjoying it as much. Safina quit social media 5 years ago. See, that's almost like the mood I'm on. I think, I kind of maybe I still do it because I know it's a great way to connect with people and let people know what we're doing over here. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna find it. We're gonna figure it out. I don't like connections online. Interesting. Interesting. I think I've always enjoyed like the online world. I can't say I have not. I just think the frequency of like Instagram and TikTok has quite changed. They're like shopping malls now. People clip up their video into short form content. I'm not a big fan. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess for me, sometimes like just clipping things up feels like less intentional, but you know, you want to quit. I think quitting IG and Twitter, Twitter for 2024 is a good, especially Twitter. Uh, I think if you want to preserve your peace, 2024 would be a great year to limit social media time because America will be having an election. So you already know like things are going to get crazy online. Things are going to get real crazy online. So 2024, preserve your peace, protect your peace. That's something we got to do. All depends how you use it. Yeah. Like I said, I'm just trying to figure out a way I can have fun with it again. So, it's just about having fun with it again. We'll figure it out. We figure it out. Everything's a process. I do have some ideas. They're just not fully crystallized in the mind yet. Well, actually, I think the problem is the ideas are just in the mind. Now I had to experiment with them and see what happens. Oh, Opal. Yeah, shout out to Opal. My Opal. Let me see what my Opal score today is. Let me see what my Opal score today is. I'm at 90% focus time, but it says that today I used Instagram for 13 minutes. I used Twitter for 7 minutes. That's pretty good. 20 minutes total social media all day. And then it says I text messaging for like 30 minutes. But I was talking to my lady, so that don't count. After the Elon Musk takeover, the feed got more violent. My feed did get more violent, to be honest. Like I don't really see a difference in that on Twitter. I actually enjoy Twitter, to be honest. It's where I get a lot of my news and information and jokes for the day. So I think the people who owned Twitter before were unfortunately, I don't even think they were taking it in the best direction. Um, and I personally haven't seen my feeds get more violent, but I'm also not following a lot of people. Actually on Twitter. Actually, I only follow my girl, but then I have another account, a burner account, where I follow a spectrum of different people, like people on just all types of aisles and minds. And that gives me like a refreshing view of the, not refreshing, but it gives me a non-biased view of the world. And anything that happens, I can quickly see what multiple sides are saying instead of being in my own echo chamber. So that's kind of why I use Twitter. You know, how long have I been growing my hair out? Um, 8 years now, like 8 years probably. I've trimmed it too. Isn't it called X now? Yeah, it's called X, but I don't think I'll be calling it X. I think it's gonna be Twitter for me. I've had Twitter for 10 years. I've literally been on Twitter for 10 years. So it's gonna be hard for me to change my language about that. But being intentional about the content you consume, the algorithm will adjust to your like my IG is filled with Christ and fashion, just how I like it. Yeah, that's the thing. Actually, the algorithms will reflect what you engage in, right? So if you engage with negativity, it will give you more of that. If you follow whatever you follow, it's going to give you more of that because it wants to narrow down it wants to narrow down your interests. So technically, it can give you the ads that you're most likely to buy. So you know, um, like my YouTube is like right now, just like a lot of like sound meditation stuff, and then like let me see what my YouTube homepage looks like right now. There's lo-fi girl hip hop. uh, there's a pastor video. There's a Pierce Morgan debate. I like debates, so I check out debates on YouTube. There's the Prime Minister of Singapore. That I've been researching the first Prime Minister of Singapore. This guy was a G. So there's a lot of videos on my homepage of the first of his name is what's his name again? Lee Kuan Yew. Guy built a nation. A wild story. That's been my recent rabbit hole is researching the first prime minister of Singapore. I don't even know how I got into that rabbit hole, to be honest. And to have locks also, they always seem to be excessively dry. Any tips? Um, just certain oils and stuff. Aloe vera, raw aloe vera gel is pretty good. Like like the raw aloe vera gel, like either like out of the plant or finding like a place that just sells pure aloe vera gel with nothing else mixed into it. I have a place by me that does that. So aloe vera is really good for that. And it's like, doing that also just depends on your environment where you are. Like when I'm in like the Caribbean, like my hair just feels so much better versus when I'm here in Canada. Like it's just skin more dry, hair more dry, of course, just because of the environment. So there's only sometimes so much you can do in certain environments. Um, I noticed that as well when I travel. Like when I was in Mexico, when I was in Jamaica, like my hair, my skin was just glowing. I was like, man, these are my natural environments. Dr. Bronner's soap is good for locks. Actually, yeah, I've the which one is it? The orange one. Uh, what's the orange one? What's the orange Dr. Bronner? Dr. Bronner orange. Dr. Bronner's funny too because it always got some like biblical message on top of it. I didn't even realize that for like the longest time, and then I was like, oh, Dr. Bronner is like a Christian company. That's hilarious. I'm like reading the label, and next thing you know, it's like telling me about God. I was like, yeah, I was like, that's good. But I want to tell you which Dr. Bronner one I use though, because it's like there's actually one I get all the time. Man, I can't find it online here. Not the hemp. Dr. Bronner's label is wild. Yeah. Yeah, they sneak that in there too. They sneak that in there too, yeah. But yeah, I use Dr. Bronner's to wash my hair. Like a good scrub, like the bar soap. And I actually literally will like, scrub my locks with the Dr. Bronner's bar soap. First started growing my hair, I was like obsessed with like, oh, the tea tree one is the one I use. I was obsessed with like, like taking care of my hair and just like everything like that. After like it grew and it like, it found its shape, I was less like I was less like consumed with it. It was like less maintenance had to be done. But to get it started, I was constantly focused on my hair. I was constantly like researching videos and watching other people's videos and all that stuff. Is it a leave-in? No, 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 it's not a leave-in. It's something you just wash your hair with it. You have to wash it out. It's a soap. It's like legit a bar soap, but it's like just really good for locks. It's really good for locks. Yeah, Doctor. Shout out to Doctor Bronner's, yo. Doctor Bronner's sliding in little scriptures for you and stuff while you in the shower. That's literally what happened to me. I'm having a shower and I grabbed the Dr. Bronner's and like I just noticed this is God. I'm like, yo, that's kind of weird to see God on a bottle of soap. I'm like, wait, hold up. And I started reading it. I was like, they got the Bible on here. And then I started know and then I did some research. I'm like, oh my God. That every package. I was using it for years and never noticed that, you know? I'm using it for years. Dr. Bronner's is dope. It's cheap. The entire bottle is covered in writing. Yeah, I didn't notice that though. That's the craziest thing is that like I didn't even know for years, you know, for years. I didn't even know. Some tips on how to live alone and enjoy it. Ah, man, that's what I'm a professional at. I think it really depends on your upbringing, right? I grew up alone. Of course, I mean, I was with my mom, but like I mean, I grew up a lot of time alone. So my nature is to be alone. So I've always never really felt alone when I'm alone. But you just gotta kind of be intentional with your space and like, play with the senses. Like, like when I'm at home, I always like first thing I do is I get the lighting right. I get some incense going, make sure my place feels nice and clean, get some nice sounds going and just, just enjoy that and like, get into something, whatever it may be. Like I kind of always have something at home that I enjoy to do. Like right now I'm learning the handpan. Back in the day, I may have just been creating content or, cooking or whatever it may be. It's just like being more intentional with the things you do at home and like just knowing that like even in your own space, you're in good company and it's a great time to reflect and learn about yourself. And, you're never always going to be alone all the time. So it's like, you gotta take advantage of that time you do have when you are alone, those are beautiful times. But for me, it's like, that's my default mode. So, often when people ask me, what do you do when you struggle with loneliness? I'm like, I don't know what it feels like to be lonely. And that's just because the way I was brought up, I was just a lot of time by myself. So I'm not sure what it really feels like. Like I could be by myself for so long and like not even realize I've been by myself. Like And that's just the way I was brought up. And we're all brought up differently, right? So some of us may have been around a lot of people and, we're used to like a lot of community and stuff like that. It's actually quite opposite for me. I had a lot of alone time growing up. So it's my default mode. So it's kind of good for me because it's beneficial for what I do in a way. I think that's why I'm able to do what I do, you know, thinking about this meditation video I'm going to make after. Not completely, just a couple more kinks I want to figure out. Maybe we're just going to play with it. Maybe it's not about figuring out any more kinks. You know, maybe we have to leave the rest up to uncertainty and mystery. I think so. That's probably what we're going to do. Apparently 90% of the world are introverts now. Maybe. Or maybe like technology has isolated people more. Um, and whatnot. But like, I still think like there's a certain like natural nature to like a real introvert. Some people may be like introverts, like not even like not even by nature, but by design because of society. I'm like one by nature. I'm one by nature. What you talking about over there? I'm like planning on my next video while I'm on live with you. That's kind of fun. Do you drink hot cocoa? Yeah, I like hot cocoa. Homemade vegan hot cacao. That sounds amazing. Yeah, I like doing that. My buddy actually sells raw cacao from St. Lucia, so I have a bunch of raw cacao like in the blocks and the sticks, and I just shave that down. Heinz, what motivates you? What does motivate me? I think well, my own self improvement motivates me, like challenging myself, like doing things that I thought maybe I never would be able to do. That motivates me. Also motivates me to push the culture forward in different ways. Like I feel like when I started making content, I don't like calling it mental health content, but we'll just call it that to simplify it. There wasn't really a lot of that. Like you can go back like 8 years, six years on my, you can go back 7 years on my Instagram, me doing podcast content, like mental health, mindfulness. And back at that time, people thought it was like weird. Now you go on Instagram, it's like all day, every day you see that stuff, or like I was doing the side angle podcast, now you see podcast videos all day, every day. I was doing that like 8 years ago. And so now that I see that, I'm like, okay, cool. But that doesn't motivate me as much anymore. So now it's like, okay, well, what can we do differently now? So I think like pushing cultures forward or like things forward motivates me. Helping people motivates me too, you know. That motivates as well. Or just like, I just believe that everybody was given something. Everybody was given something, some type of value they can bring into the world. And just, recognizing that value within myself and, consistently giving it into the world and, trying to be a better person. That's motivating to me. Um, and just growth, I love growth. I love looking back 3 years and be like, oh my God, look how much we just grew. Oh my God, you used to think that? That's crazy. Oh my God. I like that. I like seeing evolution and growth. It's motivating. Traveling is motivating for me too. It's life in itself. It's life in itself. Crafty is working on an assignment while listening to you. I love that actually. One of the something that lots of people do is they just live their life and they tune into the streams. They may be doing some work, they may be studying, they may be cooking, they may be doing laundry, and it's just like a sound bit. I think that's why I prefer long form content versus short form content because I think short form content I struggle to see. It's like instant. You can provide some like good entertainment or some quick inspiration that could trigger something for somebody, and that's amazing. But I just think long form um, can play more of a role in someone's life. Let it be if it's like a podcast or it's like one of these streams and things like that. Like it's kind of like there to enhance what you're already doing versus I think like scrolling on short form is more like, hey, like, can I get your attention? Editing a YouTube. Oh man, I hate thumbnails. I hate doing thumbnails, man. I hate it. I hate it, yo. One thing I'm still trying to figure out is like I gotta get my hand movements um familiar with this thing more because sometimes I lower the volume too much and then it just messes up. So it's like we're still playing around, you know? I've always wanted to do like an audio visual sound experience like live. And then now I'm more seeing it like, oh, it'd be just so amazing if like I don't even need the sound guy, but I can control everything. Because I realize like the if I have like it's just more intuitive. Like if I can control everything in real time, then now it's an intuitive experience versus a pre-made experience versus me having to communicate something to somebody else. And even that time and distance of me having to communicate something to somebody, if I can just do that myself through feeling, it's just instant. So I hope you guys don't mind like the fact that I come on here and I literally just experimenting. I hope you don't mind. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a couple glitches I gotta figure out still. Couple of glitches. When are you going to release the podcast book? I'm actually working on it right now, so I don't have a release date, but I'm working on it. I'm going through all the podcast episodes. I'm transcribing them, and then I'm just maturing the text and making sure it makes sense in a book format. But when I do the study work with me streams, a lot of times that's what I'm working on is the podcast book. So I'm kind of taking some time to do that right now. From me with the podcast is like super like I do it when I do it. Like sometimes there's episodes, sometimes there's not. You know, that's just how it goes. Oh, my buddy called me. He probably wants to hit the steam room. A lot of people trying to get a hold of me right now. Not a lot of people trying to get a hold of me. Not everyone trying to get a hold of me while I'm on stream. How we all feeling in the building right now? How we feeling? Are we still chilling? Are we all right? Hope I'm not boring you or anything.
Allah, telling calling away, telling calling away. Allah, ma atiai mula daga daga Africa. Allah.
Oh, I hear like this high frequency ringing right now. Maybe that's a good thing. Oh, it's gone now. Interesting. Have you ever thought about doing a long form podcast, maybe with a guest like Andre 3000? Listen, if I could do a podcast with Andre 3000, I would do it tomorrow. One day maybe. But yeah. Um, I have thought about that. I just there's like a list of people I thought about doing a long form podcast with. It's just more right now. It's like I'm more focused on my systems, just trying to like create my systems so I can like create things consistently. But we will have like some long form discussions. I'm not really interested in having a podcast that relies on guests. I kind of just want to do them as like special appearances here and there. So it's like a special treat. I think there's already so many podcasts, and like I think with the podcast world, it's like each person gets the same guest because that person's going around doing a book tour. And I'm not really interested in joining that circuit. I'm not really interested in joining that. Like, it's already there. So I don't really feel like I'm more the type of person where I'm like, where do I feel like there's a void? And let me go fill that. So I definitely do want to do episodes with guests, but I want to figure out how to do it maybe in a different way, or maybe bringing guests onto the streams for conversations would be even doper, right? I think that could be very interesting. Um, but there is a like, of course, of course, I would sit down with Andre 3000. You know, how about Hitomi as a special guest? Yeah, I would do Hitomi for sure. We've like maybe had like one little intro to each other saying hi, but we also have some mutual friends. But yeah, she's somebody I would do one with. And that's something I'd rather do like on location, and that's another thing. Like I live somewhere where like no one's around me. So like what I've actually thought about doing one day is doing a series where I have some conversations with other people, but I go travel to them, or like I find one place and have them travel to me, maybe in LA or something, and then I shoot them all, have those conversations, and then like release them as a series. Kind of intentional that way. But yeah. Do you play any instruments? I'm just learning the handpan right now. So I didn't grow up playing instruments, but I love music. I was always producing, but I just started learning the handpan, which is more just like a percussive drumming, but it's melodic. So I love that. Play the piano sound I had on the board. Which one was that? This one? Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna actually turn that into like an actual. If I'm gonna expand on that. That's just something I came up with yesterday, and I'm like, are we gonna expand on that? Are we gonna bring that into something? I don't know. Not sure. Not sure. Has your creative process changed with music? Um, the thing is, like, music has always been a part of my process. Even if there wasn't even music in like my content, actually, there's always music, but it's always like my starting point. Like even now. if I'm gonna come up with an idea for a video, I don't actually think about the idea first. What I do now is I come think of the sound first, and from that, that inspires the direction. Because I was saying earlier, like everything's kind of been said, you know? It's more about like how can you make things an experience. And I posted a video a couple of days ago where that was like the first attempt to like intertwine music while talking in an intuitive way. And that'll just continue to grow and get better, make it into experience. But music is like this is the bed of what I do. Sound is the bed of what I do. It determines the direction and the feeling. Without that, I just, I just, I couldn't create. Um, so that's why also I'm like so chilling right now. I'm like, this is so chill. Um, for me, I told myself I don't want to spend all my time editing videos, right? Because I'm like, I've already like, for me, it's like already, I'm already like a really good video editor. If I really want to get down and gritty and like do some crazy editing, I can do that. But I don't see much room to grow in video editing anymore for me. So I see way more room to explore with sound. So I told myself, I'm like, I don't want to make content that requires a lot of actual editing of clips or consuming all my time editing clips. I want to make sure I'm making things where I have to learn new things. I want to make sure I'm making things that feel like a challenge. I want to make sure I'm making things that like makes me feel like, oh, I got to get better, you know? So with sound and music, I think that's what it is. And that's why I started learning the handpan because I started to think about the live experience, even in person. And I was like, oh, playing the handpan live for some like sound baths in hindsight, plus like talking, podcasts and, the producing aspect into it would be really beautiful. So I was like, go, let's go learn the handpan, you know. I think also, with the rise of AI, I was like, if I just, get on camera and just talk, like AI could do that in 2 years, AI is going to be able to do that flawlessly. It's going to look like a human being. So I was like, we have to do things that feel more like an experience, and that's a little bit different because, or else, like, technology going to take us out. You know what I'm saying? Like, pretty much. So I don't know. I don't know. My thing is like, yo, it's got to be fun. You gotta have fun. Whatever you're doing, you gotta have fun. You gotta make sure you're having fun. Just make sure you're having fun. Bring fun into the process. As soon as it's not fun anymore, you got to figure it out. That's how I am. Like I probably like I had so much like I was like talking to someone. They're like, "Yo, if you didn't stop posting on Instagram, you would have been at almost like a million now." I was like, "Yeah, but I would have been posting things I didn't like doing. Just because I just not into that. I'm just not into that." What is your favorite spiritual book? I don't have favorites. I don't have favorites. I don't like picking favorites, but I like the Tao. The Tao is one of my favorite reads. The Tao is one of my favorite reads. I'm reading the Gita, but the essentials of it. So it's just kind of like a modern breakdown of it. Let me pull up my Kindle. Um, mm, oh, let me get it. So this one, I don't know if you can see it. I gotta change the screen. This one, I can see it. This blue one right here. Um, the Guide Gita, but the essentials, I really like that one. It's really good. Just like an easy read. Um, there's another one here I have, The Mysticism of Sound and Music. It's that middle one right there. I know it's kind of small for you to see. I got the Creative Act of, as well. I love that book. I've read a lot of the Bible. You know, I love the Bible as long as it doesn't get dogmatic or too like doctrine or like too fearful and stuff. I have this other book, The Strong Saint Abba Moses. He was an Ethiopian Christian monk back in the day. It's just like his story, a lot of bars in there. Again, the Tao. I got the Tao in here. The Tao is beautiful. I'm also reading the Prime Minister of Singapore, the first Prime Minister, his book, One Man's View. It's not really a spirituality book, but it's his view on the world, which is still a spiritual experience, a human experience, which is beautiful. At the moment, I'm not trying to consume too much anything new. I kind of realized that I'm not really trying to come up on like too much information. So I'm kind of just reading, cycling through my same books every single day, which is this Gita Essentials, the Tao, the Sound of Mysticism. It's a spiritual sound book, and the Creative Act. You know, I'm not that type of person that's trying to read I'm trying to read a new book every week. I'm trying to be like, hey, I read 52 books in 1 year. Okay, fine. I'm just not that guy. Um, I don't even want that many people's stories in my head. You know, I have enough of my own thoughts to decipher through. So, hey, yo, shout out to Lee Kuan Yew. Yo, Lee Kuan Yew is a legend, bro. Is a legend. His story in the last week, as I've been watching his interviews. I've probably consumed almost everything you can find on this man on the internet, but he's just he was inspiring. This man took Singapore from a third world country and turned it into a first world nation. Some people may have their critiques about him, like any leader's gonna have some people who critique him, but like to do what he did, to take a third world nation and then turn it into a first world nation in a short amount of time and uplift the people like that, absolutely bonkers. If you ever want to check out an interesting story, check out the first prime minister of Singapore. They call him one of the greatest nation builders of all time. What this guy was done was just absolutely insane. So I think even beyond like reading new books, I like learning about people. Because it's kind of unfortunate how like in our societies, like the people who are platformed the most are always celebrities. But when I was learning about Lee Kuan Yew, I'm like, this guy, like let's think about like Tony Robbins or something, right? Tony Robbins, people be like, oh, he's helped so many people, and he has. But Lee Kuan Yew built a nation. Like he literally built a nation. They basically say Singapore was like mud. It was basically nothing. It was just like the British left and they basically had nothing. There wasn't much there, and he turned it into a first. And now Singapore is thriving, right? He did that. He turned into a first world nation, a multicultural nation, and he inspired the people. You understand? That's the most important thing. He inspired the people to raise up and to build the economy, to build the nation, and they did that. Call him one of the greatest nation builders of all time. So there's so many people in the history that we don't know about. So that's kind of like my new thing right now. And but I don't want to be on like a rabbit hole of 20 different people because I don't want that much information. I don't want that much. There's just too much information these days. That's why I love Andre 3000's album, because he just didn't give us more words. Like he didn't give us more words. He's just like, yeah, let's just give them what they need. He gave us a sound bed to reflect, and I absolutely love that. Even for myself, I'm not really like in a space where I'm like trying to come up with new ideas. I'm just trying to strengthen the ideas I already have and then find new ways to bring them to y'all in in a different experience. But yo, kudos to the people that can read 52 books in a year and retain that information. I don't know how y'all do it. Y'all a different type of genius. I can't do it. I ain't reading 52 books in a year. I can't do it. I don't want to do it. That's true. Too much information. My thing is like, did you watch the Andre 3000 GQ interview? Yeah, we did a whole stream on it. Go check it out. It's on the live tab. We did a whole reaction to it. not let choice overload not affect your work or decision fatigue? How do you let choice overload? Can you break that down a little bit for me? What you mean by choice overload? Like having too many options? Just clarify that for me. This has to be my fave instrumental. Yeah, this is the handpan, man. It's beautiful. Oh, I get decision fatigue like crazy. This is why I had to simplify. You just have to kind of like narrow your focus and like get good at saying no and just you know just narrow down because there's a billion different options. There's a billion different things to decide on. For me, it's just about narrowing my focus and simplifying. Like I'm very much so want my whole process to be simplified. I used to something I struggle with is like I'd have 50 different ideas and I try to execute 50 different ideas in a single week and then get upset that I couldn't execute 50 different ideas in a single week when I was like it wasn't even physically possible for me to do so. So just narrowing my focus, learning to say no, learning to shut other things out and then just trusting in my direction and even trusting like, yeah, listen, if I make a mistake, it's okay. We're always going to pivot, but just being able to narrow my focus is really important. Yeah, there's lots of options. Like if think of what's that fast food chain? In and out. They say the beauty of In and Out is there's not a lot of options. You don't walk in there. You walk in there and you're like, well, there's not 20 different burgers. There's actually only one burger. If you want to add like special sauce or something like that, and it makes it very easy for you just to decide. They say even with creativity, have rules. So like, let's say you're gonna go into making a song or making a video, create a couple rules for yourself. Maybe if you're making a beat, you're like, you know what? I'm gonna make this beat a little bit more simple. I'm only gonna allow myself, four or maybe like four different sounds. What can I do within four different sounds? And I'm not gonna use any snares. Just kind of make some rules and boundaries and then work within those boundaries. So now you've already limited yourself from unlimited options, right? What I'll do sometimes is I'll just grab like 20 sounds and be like, I can only work with these 20 sounds. I have to make something with these 20 sounds. And I create those boundaries and get rid of the options. Get rid of the options. Even right now, I'm more focused just on like offline. I'm doing like streams, like not to anybody, but by myself, like structuring these streams out so I can structure those out into other content that goes into my other platforms. And for me to be able to do that, I've had to basically shut out everything else, like shut out doing Instagram content, shut out doing TikTok content, so I can narrow my focus right now on one thing. I'm not the best at multitasking, to be honest. I realize that about myself. I'm not the best for multitasking. I wish I was. I wish I could do 45 things at once. That's what my brain would love to do, but like realistically, that's not like what I'm the best at. What's good relationship advice? I think patience, man. Learning how to love one another, patience, building with one another. Somebody's not going to know exactly how to love you the right way. You're going to have to learn how to dance with one another. It's going to take time. It's more about devotion. If you're devoted to somebody, then you're like, we're going to work this out. We're going to figure it out. But patience, think sometimes we have a lack of patience. Like we shouldn't like accept like abuse or anything like that, but sometimes we just expect for people to like get everything right, and if it's not right, then we just skip out on them and go to the next person for that instant chemistry, that instant excitement. But regardless, like every relationship's gonna lose that excitement a little bit, and then you have to, find ways to, bring joy back into the process and strengthen the foundation. Sometimes it may be less chemistry because you're supposed to be strengthening the foundation and your trust. And it's not just about, feeling good, but now it's about learning how to actually be with one another and maybe live together because you both have your own ways, and now you're trying to figure out a way that works for the both of you, and that takes time and patience and communication. Like it's not like just an easy dance. But yeah, patience is like for me, I find but obviously it's got to be someone you feel is worth that patience. So like, once you find someone you feel like, hey, we're willing to work with each other. And that's a big one. If someone's willing to work with you on something, that's a big one. If they're willing to listen, if they're willing to correct their mistakes, if you voice something and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, I understand, where maybe I haven't been showing up in the way I should be. Let me fix that. That's a great quality because then it's like, okay, I know I can communicate. You'll listen. And if it aligns, you'll correct your ways and vice versa. So I think patience and being willing to work on it, right? You ever go through a time when you felt extremely lonely when you were single? I talked about this earlier, and sometimes I don't like sometimes I don't like talking about loneliness, only in the sense of I don't want to lessen the experience for somebody else. But I just because of my nature and the way I was brought up, I was, I wasn't around a lot of people, so I don't really feel loneliness. This may sound crazy too. It's not like I even like I was so used to like not seeing a lot of people growing up that like I didn't even really miss people either. Cause like my natural environment was much more just like myself and my own thoughts. So even to this day, like I'm very much very good by myself. So when I was like celibate for like many years and I was very much just by myself, it wasn't difficult for me because it was like my own nature. But I think there came a time where I felt like, oh, I was like ready to love again, and I was ready to show up in a more intentional, healthy way. So maybe, but it wasn't from a place of loneliness. Um, and that's simply just because of my nature. It's kind of like a privilege in a way. Everything has a positive and a negative to it. But I always had something to place my attention to. So even when I was in those isolated seasons, very intentional isolated seasons, um, I was kind of just working on myself. I was still being creative, but I wasn't sharing anything. I was just, being creative, but like the way I show up in my house, the way I designed it, little things I was making. I just had places to put my energy because, regardless, you have energy, and a lot of times we get that energy to other people and in our relationships. But I just realized it was an opportunity to put that energy into myself in different ways, into my growth. And, when I was at home, I'd be reading, I'd be playing, I'd be dancing. I'd be doing a lot of different type of things by myself, just enjoying myself. Um, and then at the end of the day, like, even when I was like in those intentional isolated spaces, I knew it wasn't forever. I was like, you might as well enjoy it. You might as well enjoy it. but I have a privilege because this is again like loneliness isn't my default. Like I have some friends who really like thrive off of connections. They need lots of connections. They need even like working with people. They do better working with people. Um, like look at me. I'm very much like a one man show. Um, to the point I'm like, hey, I got to figure out how to control all the sound so I don't have to like rely on a sound guy. And I'm like, hey, let's freaking do it by ourselves with our hands, right? But you have to kind of understand your nature, and like you may be someone that thrives off a connection, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, but we can't fully depend on that either because we can't expect people to like be there for us every single day, every single moment. So we all have to have a level of enjoyment with ourselves. I'm just a firm believer in hobbies. Like even like a year and a half ago, I just experiment. Like I went and started doing pottery, and I enjoyed myself. I didn't like get too deep into it. But like, just finding different things you can do by yourself, joining different things and where you meet new people. Like I've met a lot of people just like signing up for things and going by myself. And then I'll just meet people at those things. Do you have a religion? No. I didn't grow up in a religious household. Um, Nobody in my family is super religious. You could say like like my mom and her family, like her parents, just like by default, culturally Christian. But I didn't grow up in a religious household. But I think when I was more interested in spirituality, I definitely wanted to learn about religions. So the natural course, you can learn about Buddhism, you can learn about Hinduism, and then because of my background and part of my heritage being Jamaican, and then being super inspired by just like the positive vibrations and like reggae music and Rastafari, and that being the first like spiritual philosophy to really pull me was like Rastafari, and then that that being technically spawned out of the Bible as well, having its own denomination and some of its own beliefs, led me to go study more the Bible and study actually the Bible a lot for years. Study Christianity more. But there's certain dogmas and doctrines of Christianity I don't agree with. But obviously, there's like many teachings of Jesus that I love. There's many parables I love. There's many proverbs I love. But then there's like core things I disagree with. So although I was like, oh man, there's certain aspects of Jesus's teachings I love and I hold dear to my heart, and I follow those teachings. There's other aspects that I just like disagree with in religion in itself, for myself, for my own life, that I felt like actually wasn't a net positive, that is I decided no on. So I don't have a religion, but I feel like I have a pretty good knowledge on at least the major religions, because I realized in my life, majority of the world is majority of the world believes in God. It's the minority is actually atheists, and actually I studied atheism a lot as well. But I realize having an understanding of the major religions, you have an understanding of most people, because if I understand Judaism, if I understand Christianity, if I understand Islam, and then I meet somebody under one of these umbrellas and I understand what they believe, I understand that individual on like a base level and how to communicate with them, how to love them, how to respect them. And I already know what they're going to believe. And I already know where we're going to decipher from and our boundaries and whatnot. And then you just have an understanding of the world and actually how a lot of the West was built, because the West was built on Judeo-Christian values. So having a knowledge of like just the Bible and stuff is kind of important, to just have some like historical knowledge and like society in itself. But because I wasn't like raised in a religion and no one pressuring me, I kind of had the ability to just journey through um, any belief from a place of like grace and like just pure curiosity. And yeah, I don't really have like you know those I don't know. I had like a lot of space. I had a lot of space to roam. Like I like that nobody was like pressuring me to believe in something. I like that I didn't grow up in an umbrella, someone forcing me, or like my parents or something telling me what I had to believe when it comes to God, you know? And again, I've spent my time, I spend my time diving into many different things and just learning, you know. Again, even atheism, I understand an atheist mind as well. There was a time I'd be a little bit more ignorant to somebody who was an atheist until I took the time to actually to listen to them as well and understand their beliefs and where they come from. And now I understand how somebody may be an atheist as well. Although I'm not an atheist, I can fully talk to somebody and understand their beliefs because I've like taken a lot of time to understand it. And I think that's why the number one chill spot is really for everybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like it's really for everybody. That's why we have a spectrum of people here. We have people from all over the world. We have people from all different types of ages, people from all different type of races. One thing I loved about Bob Marley was his ability to be so unique and different, right? Like especially at the time, if you think about this, like I don't know, the 70s or whatever it was, 60s, 70s, just like this Rastafarian on a global stage with a different presence and energy. But he can travel the world and people in Europe, people in the Philippines, all gravitating to his message, people from different beliefs. And he just had that ability to speak to everybody because, his message was like, not to sound cheesy or corny, but, it was like, it was a loving message. It was a unifying message, it was a liberating message. And that was always really inspiring to me because I'm like, he was so different from like the mainstream world. Like there's an interview on YouTube where this lady says to him, many people would look at you and think you look weird, like especially at that time, like, big dreadlocks, just the swagger, the way he talked, he's smoking a lot of weed, you know, just a different energy, especially at that time when like your only viewpoint was like through TV and radio. Like you didn't get to see many different faces and like stuff like that. And the fact that that guy could speak to like every race, could speak to like anybody in any different religion, and like people would just like vibe with him. I thought that was very cool. And I guess that's always been like an inspiration for me. So I've never really wanted to create like a space that was about division. I think sometimes religion can be one of the biggest things to divide people, religion and politics. But like, I'll talk about religion and politics, but like it should always be in a way to understand each other, not to like get divisive. But unfortunately, like religion and politics is one of those things that will quickly divide people, um, and automatically put somebody in like the other. Like you may love somebody and then you find out they have a different political belief than you. And the next thing you know, people are putting them in this other category and they just like now just don't like them, which I think is unfortunate, right? And same thing happens with religion, especially religions who claim big truth claims, right? You have multiple religions, at least 3 religions that say they are the one true religion. So when you have big truth claims like that, it automatically creates division, you know. But at the end of the day, I think if there's going to be debates, it should be, with love and respect. And at the end of the day, a debate should never be something that you're trying to win. Actually, a debate should be something for 2 people to come to understanding, or for one person to humble themselves and learn because the other person had better points. The better person had more knowledge and wisdom for the other person. I think like we live in a time and a culture where people just want to debate to like one up each other. People just want to debate to be like, I win, for their ego. I one of the most toxic places actually on YouTube I find is the Christian YouTube community. I think it's a very toxic place. It's just full of people debate. It's just full of Christians debating each other. It's full of Christians just finding some type of problem or chaos in the world and then giving their 2 cents on it, or finding like something that they deem demonic and then making a video on it. It's rarely ever in that space about like the actual teachings of Jesus. It's always about something in the world. It's actually very worldly content. And it's always about how this person isn't a Christian or how this pastor isn't a real pastor. And I just don't understand that. So that's unfortunate as well. So that's why I don't find myself to get too religious. I kind of just stay doing my own thing. Um, yeah. Have you ever studied Stoicism? Yeah, Stoicism's dope. Stoicism's really cool. Um, obviously those philosophies are just going to make your life simply better. Be more stoic. It's very beautiful. You know, These are also things I've like thought about like intensely, like, you know, these are things I've thought about intensely. Good things there aren't any Christian YouTubers in your audience. It's okay though. No, I mean there are. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being a Christian YouTuber. I think that's an amazing thing. What I'm saying is unfortunately something about that community because I consume a lot of content in the Christian community. A lot of content. Unfortunately, I found it became a place where people were just like telling each other they're not real Christians or or tearing down a pastor or like labeling somebody demonic or say this person has a demonic influence and it's just not it's just it was just really I'm like this is like that is not wholesome at all. It's nothing that you can come and like better your life. It's actually a drama, you know, that there's straight up channels that are like the shade room, but just like the religious version of the shade room. I'm like, well, this is crazy. Um Someone says so true. I used to have cool acquaintances, but when they found out I was one of the Jehovah Witnesses, they drew away from me. But no worries, I understood. Yeah, you know, yeah, you understood. Um, yeah. And that's probably just because Jehovah's always come to people's doors. 'Cause the Jehovah Witnesses come to my house and we have long conversations. We have long conversations. But I always invite them back. I was like, let's come back, let's talk. Because the last lady that came, she unfortunately she said she was gonna get her husband to come back and talk to me. Yeah, there's a sect of Christian YouTube called Heresy Hunters, and it's quite wow, that's crazy. I haven't even seen that part. Heresy Hunters. I also saw something that really something I was like, whoa, was the Demon Catchers. Was it Demon Fighters? No, the Demon Avengers. I don't know what their names are, but like it was this like group of pastors and they had like these posters. They're like WWF posters. And then they like tour churches like slaying demons. You guys have seen the videos, right? Where like, you know, pastors are like getting rid of demons and people are like, and they're like shaking on the ground. They're like, and these people toured the churches doing that, and they had like these WWF style demon slayers. That's what it was, demon slayers. And I was like, oh, sorry, it seemed like a mockery to me, to be honest. It seemed like a mockery to me. It seemed quite silly. Um, it seemed quite silly. So I was like, yo, the internet's a wild place. You know, the internet's a wild place. Imagine how many blessings were missed by being narrow-minded. Yeah, I think there's also a beauty to like, you know, somebody being like, listen, this is what I believe in, and I believe this to be truth. And I think it's all right to narrow your mind and be like, this is the way I found that's going to be best for me to live my life. And like, I'm going to stick to that. I think there's a real beauty to that, actually. But at the same time, sometimes if your mind is too narrow, well, you can miss out on a lot. You may divide yourself from like really good opportunities or people or beautiful connections because now you've narrowed yourself to like other people. I think that's one of the most unfortunate things anyone can do in any belief is to other people, like the sense of like black and white, like, oh, now we the good and now you the evil. Nope. It's like there's like it lacks gray area. There's like a lack of compassion because everyone starts to get othered. Everyone starts to get it's like, oh, they are not us, so they are bad. And it's like at the end of the day, like everyone comes from the same source. Everyone would be a child of God, right? Everyone has the same blood, you know. We're all from the same makeup, you know. We're all one race, the human race, human species. So, you know, we may have our different ways and our different tribes and our different cultures and our different beliefs, but regardless, there's actually probably more things that unite us that than should separate us. Um, and at the end of the day, like we don't want to all be the same. Everything would probably be boring. I think everything would be boring if everyone was the same. I think everything would be boring if everyone believed the exact same thing. Um, I actually think society needs a nice balance. I think society needs a certain balance of religious people. I think society needs a certain balance of atheists as well. Just like how I think a certain percentage of people being vegan is healthy as well, because you know vegans remind the world of like the suffering of animals in factory farming and things need to change, and you've seen that change in society. There's a lot more vegan options, there's a lot more plant-based options, but now some things have been industrialized and taken advantage of, and now it's a part of capitalism. But like I think like when you have a society as a whole that's very multicultural and a lot of different people, you need different pockets to like balance each other out. If everybody was one religion, I don't even think it would be a good thing. Because even within a religious umbrella, there's arguments, there's denominations, and people don't even have one agreement on who has the correct way. So I think different pockets of beliefs and people balance each other out, in a beautiful way. That's kinda how I see it, at least, that's how I kinda see it. Do you think religion is mostly a vehicle for humans to have hope or a technique to have more hope in some way? I don't wanna lessen it to that, right? Because religious beliefs are deeply convicted beliefs, and, for some people, they're not just vehicles for hope. For some people, those are vehicles for their salvation, for their everything, for their meaning and everything, and not. I do believe some things could have been. I do believe some aspects of things could have been inventions, mind inventions, to make sense of certain things, and you know, to instill hope, to instill meaning, to like instill some sense of like, why does this happen? Why does suffering happen? I need an answer. Why do bad things happen to me? What is going to happen to these bad people who do the bad things to me? There needs to be a reason. I needed to make these are old age questions that like been around since the dawn of humanity, right? What happens after we die? That's been a real fear for a long time for a lot of people. So what happens after we die? Let's make sense of this. If you actually study like the evolution of the afterlife, it's evolved. Like early Judaism, early Jews didn't even believe there was a separation between the body and the soul. They believed when you die, you just went back in the dirt. There was no soul, there was no afterlife. That's like an evolutionary thought. Even the concept of hell, there's an evolutionary aspect to that. Like that's evolved over times to what people believe it is to be now, right? So I would say yes, certain things are inventions of the mind, but at the same time, if someone has a core belief, you can never tell them that something's an invention to the mind because it is their whole mind and being and their thing. And I don't want to lessen that experience for anybody, right? But when is the ASMR content dropping? I think everything we do is kind of like ASMR content. But if you want me to add some ASMR aspects into things, I could do that. I love ASMR. One day I would like to do a whole ASMR channel. It's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of work. I'm really not trying to spread myself thin. I'm trying to just like do something and like become really good at that. I really want to, yeah, I can't even say all my ideas right now. I just got to let them manifest and come through my actions. Variety is beautiful. The creator created variety. Hey, if you just look at like the ocean, take the ocean for instance and how diverse the ocean is, and like look at an octopus and then look like at a turtle, and then you have like the dolphins and the sharks, and now look at all the different plant life in the ocean. However these things came to be, came to fruition, the creator was creating. You know what I'm saying? Like something was creating, someone was getting creative. Yeah, that's what I like to focus on. It's like this, like creative. I'm like, who made the octopus? Because you were snapping. That's a weird looking creature. You were in your bag that day. You were on something. That's crazy. I like what was that's dope. That's a cool creation. Interesting. There's a lot of variety in the world. There's a lot of things we're still discovering, you know? Yeah, the ocean is a whole other world. Ocean's quite scary too. I'd rather go to deep space than go to deep ocean, to be honest. I'd rather go to deep space. Someone cooked here. Yes, someone cooked. Sometimes I look at that. Sometimes I'm like, yo, it's kind of crazy how we just all here. And like, okay, some people may claim, yeah, they know how we're here. Here's the story, blah, 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 blah. But truthfully, like nobody knows exactly how we're all here, just living and breathing, how it all came into exact fruition. You could be like, yeah, it was created in 7 days. It came to light, blah, blah, blah. Yes, we know the stories. But I'm saying like just the actual creation. We don't know. We don't know. The zebra is immaculate. The zebra is super immaculate. Zebra is super immaculate. The zebra is super immaculate. God really snapped when he made things. Yeah, I'm noticing you're talking faster than usual, Heinz. Yeah, probably just because we talk about things. There's different temples. Don't have to be in one temple all the time. We can be in different temples. We just chilling. Today's not really like there's no real intention or structure to this stream. There's no real intention or structure to this stream. I kind of like being able to stream and not be dependent on like having to watch things. Although I do like bringing those aspects into streams, but I kind of like just hanging out and talking with y'all versus like, hey, what happened in the world today? Oh, did you see what happened with Jada and Will today? Let's talk about that. Oh, did you see Pokemon is charging a lot of money for her cookies? Let's complain about Pokemon. No, like why? Like why? I seen like 40 different videos on my timeline about Pokemon charging too much for her cookies. I'm like, does she want to charge whatever she's charging for her cookies? Let her charge for her cookies. Like, why do 40 different people have to make videos on this? Why is that like such a clickable thing? I don't get it. I actually don't get it. I actually don't get it. I don't get it. I understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. So, kind of just do what we do over here. The ocean scares me, man. The ocean is scary, man. Nature is relentless too. When people like, I love nature. Obviously, like nature is like part of my aesthetic. I love going out in nature. But when people over romanticize nature, I'm like, yo, nature will eat you. Nature is trying to take us out as well. You know what I'm saying? Like nature's trying to take us out. It is. This world is crazy. Imagine early humans in the wild with like cougars trying to eat them, lions, and then like diseases, and then like poison plants, and then the bugs. And then like, you know what I'm saying? Like humans are resilient. The way we came up and we created like our comfort and our protection, like, nah, never again. No, never again. We ain't allowing no big snakes and cougars to kill us. Never again. We ain't doing that. Oh, we're not starving. No, never again. We figured out refrigeration systems. Oh, we're not eating moldy meat. Nope. We learned how to refrigerate that. Like, oh no, we never again are we gonna starve. We gonna farm. We gonna farm. We are definitely a part of nature, but nature is constantly taking each other out. Nature is constantly eating each other. I love watching those videos, like in the safari, and it's just like everything's trying to eat each other. I saw these alligators or crocodiles, whatever they were, eating a zebra, while the zebra's gracefully walking through the ocean, not the ocean, the river. Then these crocodiles come. Zebra gets away. Now a lion comes for the zebra. I'm like, oh my God, nature's relentless. Let's give the zebra a break. Zebra just trying to be out there all divine, black and white stripes, horse on the horizon, chilling, trying to eat its grass. Crocodile and lion tries to take it out. Nature is relentless, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful. We take ourselves out. That too, we take ourselves out too. We're self-destructive in many ways. Every country has like nuclear weapons, like just put their finger almost on a button, ready to like going to war. And then we poison our own waters because people want to get rich. We poison our own food because people want to get rich. You know, the world is crazy. The world is crazy. It's a crazy place. It's also a beautiful place. It's a beautiful place. But I try to look at society like it's nature. Sometimes for me, there's like a healthy dose of, yo, nature's trying to take me out. Like truthfully, I'm like, nature's trying to take me out. I gotta work hard. I gotta protect myself. You know, I gotta be on my P's and Q's. I like to kind of feel a little bit at the mercy to like nature as if like, oh my God, like there may be a tornado coming. What am I gonna do? A little bit of that is healthy for me. Keeps me on my toes. My inner child is loving this conversation and the vibes. I was thinking about how much we evolved while taking a shower. Like the technology that is a bar of soap and shower curtains and plumbing. Yeah. Just think about plumbing systems. You know, like we turn on our water, but who created and designed the system to get water to every house? Who figured that out? Like systems are amazing. I'm really inspired by people like systems. Like it's actually amazing, you know, just how cities are designed and built. And like we have a lot of problems, but at the same time, like you think about it, it's like we've solved a lot of problems as well. You know, it's not easy trying to figure out how billions of people can live on a planet and have their basic needs all met. That's not easy, you know. That's not easy. Are you still celibate? No, I'm not celibate. I'm in a relationship. I mean, you can be really you can be celibate in a relationship, but I'm not celibate. Um, yeah. There was a video I wanted to do on celibacy though, or there was a video I wanted to do about it's been like I realized it's been like 10 years since I watched any type of porn. 10 years. I was gonna do a video on that, but then I was like, I don't know if that I'll do that video, but yeah, it's been 10 years. Love a video of you stopping your corn journey. Yeah, I can. I mean, yeah. I know there's people that struggle with that, you know. And like I remember when I was in India, I was with some friends and like we were with each other for 4 weeks and they were complaining how they haven't been able to watch any corn because like we've all been together and I was like, "You're really struggling like that?" Like not to like diminish anyone, but I was like so far removed from the consumption of porn that I didn't even know that my friends still watch these things. I was like so far removed. It was like a foreign concept to me. And in that moment, I was like, oh, I'm like, and you guys are struggling because like we've been traveling together for a couple of weeks. I'm like, oh wow. So like, and that was like 6, 7, that was like 7 years ago. So now this is like 10 years later, or 7 years later, 10 years in total. Um, that's like it's actually a very foreign concept for me, um, or like a foreign desire. It doesn't exist anymore for me. Um, but obviously, as like a young as a young lad, something I did. Someone says I haven't watched porn in 5 years. Yeah, that's beautiful. You know, it's actually not needed. And you recognize it's not needed after you've gone without it for so long. You know, like I'm 10 years. There's nothing. There's nothing. I don't even know what those websites are like. Actually, you know, sometimes you're on Twitter and something just like randomly pops up in your timeline, like some crazy porn. When that pops up, I'm like, whoa. Like I'm not. My mind isn't like used to seeing those things anymore. So it's like really like, whoa. Like it's like a child, like being like, whoa. Like what is that? because I was like, I just don't watch those things. Versus like when you're always watching those things, like it's like, you know, I can't even imagine what porn sites are like now. They must be crazy. They probably just gone crazier. I don't know. I have no idea though because I've never been. But I'm like, I'm just trying to imagine. There must have been an evolution in them. They must have evolved and gotten even crazier. You know, doing weirder stuff. Trying to, you know. Someone says my imagination supersedes porn. Hey, imagination goes off. Imagination can make whole movies. Imagination can envision a lot of things. Envision a lot of things. But I think for me, as like when I was younger, when I quit, I realized it was creating a false sense of sensuality and a false sense of like you know, sex for me, and it was damaging actually my relationships with women because I had like a false sense of sex. You know, I was like, it's almost like you numb yourself with that type of imagery. So like, you know, and then that's like a void that just like gets deeper and deeper in my belief. You know, and then unfortunately, I think sometimes like, you know, someone may be interested in something else, but it doesn't tingle their spirit anymore. So then they go weirder, weirder, deeper, deeper, darker, darker. And then like just normal stuff, like in your real life engagements, don't even do nothing for you because you're engaging with this other stuff behind the scenes. And that's a lot of energy. That's a lot of power that you can take back for yourself and apply it in the direction that matters. When I went celibate and I quit watching porn, my life changed. I just had way more energy, and I just put it into myself, and I grew. Like I've said many times, and I'll say this to the day I die. Like my celibate journey was like was a domino effect in my life. It was just like a domino effect of positivity. It was just such a beautiful time, and I just like, you know, made like a nice little pivot, and just, you know, my orbit became very healthy, and you know, my actions and my habits and the things I consumed, and my desires and my heart changed, and my mind changed. You know, things I once desired or lusted for, they were no more. I had new desires, and these desires were for my own self-improvement and the improvement of others. You know, my heart changed, my mind changed, and therefore, I'm not gonna say my spirit changed. I'm gonna say my actually, yeah, spirit changed too, because sometimes you could be operating in the wrong spirit. You know, you gotta fine tune yourself. You know, you gotta improve yourself. I believe in a healthy relationship between the spirit and the flesh. I don't believe in like demonizing the flesh, or like you know, like all desires. It's just having an understanding of those desires and being in control. So like when you do something, you do it from a conscious place and not because like you have a lack of discipline or a lack of self-control. I don't think our flesh should lead us. You know, I think you know, we should be led by spirit, not just by ourselves. I don't believe in like just demonizing, you know, our flesh either. It's just understanding, and you know, again, you know, having the free will and doing things from a place of intention and power, and not because like a place of weakness. You know, because certain things become an addiction for people, right? Sex becomes an addiction for people. They don't even have control, and then, you know, they put themselves in negative situations with too much alcohol, and next thing you know, it becomes a habit and a cycle and a pattern, and there's a lot of dangers that come with that. And at the end of the day, when sex is a beautiful thing, right? And you can do it from a place of power. So I'm really appreciative of my maybe the videos right there. Maybe oh man, I'm actually recording on here too. That's crazy. There's gonna be hours of footage I'm gonna have to go through. Let me see. Someone says succubus be effing with me. In your dreams, huh? In your dreams, that be happening. Don't worry, you just gotta strengthen your mind. You gotta strengthen the mind. Actually, interesting thing, the more disciplined you become just in life with other things, like if you're able to discipline yourself with like the type of foods you eat and just showing up for yourself, you discipline the mind, which means then you can discipline the mind better in a sexual manner as well. I think one of the worst things one of the most beautiful things about sexual energy is just how powerful it is. But one of the worst things is when it consumes your mind. So like now if your mind is just constantly thinking about like sex or like trying to all these things, all these images, and you're not even in control of it, it's like that's unfortunate, right? Because now it's just like your energy's all over the place. You're not even in control of your state of being. And that's just a call to like understand yourself and have self-control, have discipline, and be able to be strong in the mind. Because that's the thing about sexual energy. It can completely consume your whole mind, right? Can consume your whole mind. For us so in Islam, if you can't control your stomach, you can't control your sexual organs as well. That is why fasting. Yeah. So I'd say that's what I learned, right? So like a part of when I went celibate, in unison with that journey was also a like basically in Ramadan, how Ramadan is, that's how I lived for 3 years. So I cut out the meats, I cut out the drinking, the smoking, um, the dairy, all that, whatever it is. And I did that for 3 years. So when I learned how to like discipline myself uh, with food, I found that I had a stronger mind. And then I found because I had a stronger mind that my lustful desires or whatever wouldn't consume me, wouldn't take over my mind, right? And now I'm not getting into negative situations or and whatnot, right? Now I'm not wasting my time like texting and like engaging and all that. No, I'm like now I'm like wanting to put my energy into things for me that are going to improve my life, into my craft. Now I'm taking all that energy that once consumed the mind or the emotions, the energies that once wanted to just go and like chase the sex and the girls, all that energy just went boom into something else. Not saying that like there wasn't a desire still there, but I could be more intentional with it. That desire didn't consume me, right? Wouldn't put myself in an engagement that's not going to be good for me just because I'm trying to feed the flesh. Instead, because I strengthen the mind and the spirit, I have more self control over what the flesh wanted. And then that's when I realized that's just a better place to be. Like again, I don't believe in demonizing those desires, but like when you're not able to be in control, then it becomes a problem, you know. And fasting does help. Actually, tomorrow, my buddy did call me, but I was supposed to hit him up. My buddy was starting to fast tomorrow, and I was actually gonna join in on that fast with him. Health is wealth. Yeah, you're right. Which tea do you drink the most? It just depends on the season. It's never the same thing. Um, you know, I got a black tea here, Lap Sing Suhong. I'm not I'm not actually saying that right, but that's how I like to say it. I have this elderflowers that I really like. I have a hojicha mango tea over there. I'm literally drinking different teas all the time. I'm not, it's like whatever I have. Sometimes certain seasons I'm like drinking one thing like hojicha. I drink a lot of hojicha sometimes if I have good hojicha. Sometimes I get into a green tea mood. I don't know. I change up a lot. I get bored easily. So I constantly like changing things up. I think that's like my ADHD part of my mind. Conversations today. Some random conversations. Didn't expect to get into all those different conversations that we had. Like, am I still gonna make my meditation video today, or am I gonna do that tomorrow? You know what my goal is? Is like I want to actually think about all the content I want to make, and then I want to be able to do it all in a stream. So I have like segments. So let's say like we have like a 3 hour session, but within that 3 hour session, I already have premeditated segments um, for content that I go and create while I'm live, and then after I can chop it up. Um, I think that would be so cool. It's kind of what I'm working towards. It just takes a lot of prep and like I think there's like a courage aspect in there, right? Because then there's like no room for error. Can you replace weed with tea? 100%. That's what I did. That's what I did. You know, I basically swapped it. Boom, boom. My love for tea pretty much was around the same time I stopped smoking weed. Um, yeah, people get so surprised that I don't smoke weed all the time. They just expect me to smoke weed, like the way they look at me, and people are like, "Oh yeah, he's so chill. He's probably just high." I've seen people say that in like my comments, like, "Oh, this guy's probably so high right now." I'm like, "I'm not." I'm like, "I'm not." You know? Hold up, I'm just gonna second. Bobbin. I'm just in the studio. What are you saying? Say what? Uh, they close at 9, right? Yeah, this steam room. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is like got the pool, the steam room, the hot tub, the sauna, all that. Bro, how is your steam how is your steam room any more proper, man? My spot's better, bro. We do it big over here, bro. How's your spot better, bro? Like, what are you claiming to be better? Oh, you know what we don't have? Actually, no, no, wait. You know what we do? No, I'm gonna do you a favor right now. I'm gonna say what we don't have. I'm gonna do you one right now. I'm gonna do you one right now. We don't have that little shower head right outside the steam room. And I know, like, I don't even know. No, I don't even know. Maybe there is. I just haven't seen it. You know, it's a big facility, bro. It's a big facility, bro. It's nice. Yeah, I think they got that. But bro, you have to understand they completely renovated this joint in the last couple of years. So it's all fresh, it's all brand new. Nah, it's not it's kind of bright, yeah. It's kind of bright. No, wait, if you go in tomorrow, I'll pull up tomorrow. I'll pull up to yours tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. 10 hours. 10 hours. Slept 10 hours. I slept 10 hours. Yeah. I told you that after the dentist, bro, my face was froze. Yeah. 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 the last day, right? Yeah, I'm gonna join in on the fast, bro. I'm joining in. When does it start? Tomorrow? I'm gonna do it till Christmas. I'm gonna do it till Christmas. I'm gonna do it till Christmas dinner. No, I can't hear the horn, bro. Can't hear the horn, bro. No. Yeah, I can hear that. That's crazy, bro. Yo, chill. Let's relax. Yo, chill. That's crazy. Yeah, no, I'm just saying that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. All right. Yo, let's hit a steam tomorrow, though. Yeah, I'm fine today. I just needed a day. I mean, the freezing was still in my brain today. My brain wasn't like right today. Like I was like the freezing was all up in my brain. Yeah, I was fogged out. I was fogged out today. Yeah, fogged out. I'm due till Christmas. Christmas dinner because I can't fast on Christmas dinner. My mom will be pissed. I can't disappoint my mom. My mom will be so mad if I say I'm fasting on Christmas. Yeah. I feel you. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. It's crazy. No, that's crazy. All right, I'm a holla. I got a biz. I got a biz ounce. I got a biz ounce. So let's do the steam tomorrow. All right, bless. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I didn't want my buddy to think I was ignoring his calls. We back. Is anyone even still here? That was a long conversation. I didn't think I was being gone that long. My apologies. My apologies. My apologies. We keep it very natural on stream. We got Rachel in the building. Oh, y'all are just talking amongst yourselves. I love that. It's beautiful. Yeah, that was my day one. One of my best friends on the phone. I've known him since I was 15 years old. 14. Still friends, still day ones. You know, it's good. It's nice. I don't have too many people like that, but it's nice to have like at least one of those, you know? At least one of those. At least one of those. We all talking. Yeah, I see that. This is number one show spot. Number one show spot. Folks still talking in the chat. That's a vibe. It's not even reliant on me. I like that. Um, one of the other streams, two people actually met up. They realized they're in the same city and they actually met up in real life. That made me so happy to see that like people from the community actually linked up in real life. I was like, what? That's crazy. I love it. Someone's like, I had to mute because I felt rude to intrude. No, it's all good. I would have muted it if I felt like it was something you shouldn't hear. I really don't care. Half the time I'm like an open book. Heinz, how are you controlling that sounds with your sound? Heinz, how are you controlling the sounds with your hand? Oh yeah, it's just like new tech we got going on. 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 New tech we got going on Yeah, it's just so like when I make certain videos, like I can just be it actually just puts me in the mood versus like talking in complete silence. Cause I think sometimes like a sound will bring out a certain direction or vibration or an energy. And now it's like when I'm doing a video, I can match the energy of the sound. Or I like instead of just talking in one tempo, one pace, one mood, a certain sound will bring me in another direction. And so for me, it's actually, again, I do things because it's enjoyable for me. And if it's enjoyable for me, I think it'll be enjoyable for others. So like I kind of just got bored and like coming in here and thinking of some things to talk about and then just saying it in complete silence and then finding music after to go underneath. It just seemed like a mechanical process, you know? So now we're just making it a little bit more intuitive, just experimenting.
daga daga Allah tirin kolingo tirin kolingo Allah ma atia imula daga daga
What is your process like for making music and learning new tech? Just playing around? Playing around, and then my first instance is always like open something right out the box and just play with it. Not like I don't really read manuals, but then of course I'll go online and watch video tutorials if I get stuck. But I'm very much so just a play around guy. I kind of learn everything in a very unconventional way. I probably I do things in a way that sometimes you're not supposed to do. Like I break rules because I just learned in like an unconventional way. But then I actually think that kind of helps me develop my own style. But yeah, I do watch tutorials like a new thing I got. Let me grab it. So right now I'm like wearing a ring. So with this ring is like a MIDI ring. So basically this ring just allows me to program it to do kind of whatever I want with the sound. It's like really I get to decide. At the moment I just have it playing with the EQ and playing with the volume. And then I also have some sound effects plugged into it. But with this thing I just got, this thing's called the Leap 2. Tech has been around for a long time. Like it's actually crazy that people aren't really diving in deeper with this stuff. But what this will allow me to do is this is like a sensor, and this is gonna take this takes more time to learn and like more playing around with. So I'm not even gonna actually play around with this for like I'm gonna actually probably put it on hold for a couple weeks. But basically what you can do with this is you just put it on the table. Now it's a sensor. And beforehand what I can do is I can program any hand movement. Like I don't even have to be wearing a ring or nothing, right? Just my bare hands. I can program any hand movement to do anything I want with the sound. So like any movement I want, like any hand movement, and this just on the table will just read my hand movements, right? So it's pretty cool. So I wouldn't even have to wear a ring. I could actually just have my bare hands and be doing things. Uh, wild tech, wild tech. And it's so tiny, it's so sleek, you know. So like I think it'll be cool, especially in like meditative experiences, right? Like, I'm gonna probably still record a meditation video after I'm done this stream. But like at least now when I'm like, hey, breathe, I can also I could like control. My bad. I can control the levels, and I could add. If I breathe, I can actually add a reverb and a delay to my breath, so I can stretch. I can breathe, and I could actually stretch that breath out with my hand to make it sound like it's even going larger, like a concert hall or something. Right. So I think that's going to be really cool for guided meditations, which will be up on the private community. And it's just fun as well. I think I said that like 10 times in this stream. Like, when creating doesn't feel like fun to me, I get depressed. So Yeah. Still waiting for your setup tour. Oh yeah, that's gonna be on the Kofi community. It's cool how you did the breathing in it. Yeah, and then this machine here, which is just a Rodecaster Pro, I have just some simple effects in these pads that will affect my voice. But one day I want to actually get like a reverb delay machine. This is just, this does the trick now, but it's not the full control of what I want. But like that makes it go larger. I can also lower my voice. Hello, hello. I don't know why I'd would really use that unless I was like doing some like like announcing energy. They're kind of just like simple effects. These effects aren't the greatest, but like they do the trick. If I need to add a little bit, you know, of echo or anything like that. You know, just for like the breathing. Because we gotta breathe through life, you know, we gotta breathe through our steps, you know, more breathing. I think we need less information. I think we just need more breathing. That's what I've been on lately. I'm like, I don't know if we need more information. I think we just need like, you know, more just like reflective moments. And I think there's enough information we've already had. Now we have to just like go within our mind and spirit and like, you know, do something with that information. So I think I want to just create the spaces that promote that. You know, I don't really feel like it's like everyone has the answers already. And now it's more about like, you know, creating the spaces to go find those answers within, you know, because that's all I do for myself as well. What city are you in? I'm new here, but this is a vibe. I'm in Vancouver, BC, Canada, but really I'm a global citizen. I don't really have like a national or like city identity. You know what's actually interesting about me, which I realized was I was with my boy yesterday, and you know, he has a strong heritage. You know, he's a Eritrean, so he's strong heritage. He has thousands of years of like national pride, cultural pride, you know, stories, and you know, there's a real identity in that. I realized I actually don't really have an identity in any, like I don't have like a pre-template for myself, like an identity in any sense of way. I don't really have like a nationality. You know, I don't like have like, I wasn't born into a religion, wasn't born into like any like sense of like identity really. It was like a completely like an empty I've been thinking about this a lot lately. I'm like, it was a completely blank canvas, which is interesting. Hines, I feel like the deeper I get into music, the more I appreciate sound and how really important it is and how it's overlooked. I love how you bring these things into play. Yo, sound is everything. Sound is vibration, right? You know, sound is powerful. Like I use sound throughout my day just to score my day, just like someone scores a movie scene. And it can just, you know, like sometimes the right song could just bring you out of a bad mood or give you the energy you need, you know? Or again, like I think Andre 3000 album, what it does is it's background music. It doesn't have to be background music. It can be forefront music too, but it promotes space. It promotes a sound bed, you know? You know, it's almost like a invisible blanket we can lay on. That's how I kind of see sound, or an invisible blanket we can wrap ourselves in, whatever it may be. And it's like, where are we going to go? And like, you can tell stories through sound. That's what DJs do, right? Like DJs who really love their craft, they're telling a story. They're bringing you on a journey. They're actually bringing you through emotions, right? Like a good DJ brings you on an emotional journey through sound. Versus like, you know, like a club DJ. Just, I'm a club DJ too. They telling a story too. They just giving you the hits, you know. But like my favorite mixes are the ones that like they bring you on a journey and you feel like you actually traveled, you know. And I'm actually it's something I'm really inspired by. So I'm getting more into mixing again, because I would love to I'd love to just put out some mixes in my own way. Who's the singing artist you're playing right now? It's actually not even, I don't even know who it is. These are it's a sample I found, and I just, you know, it was in a sample pack. I can actually take it out. See, now the vocals aren't there. can take out the drums. You know, it's all layered right now.
Allah, telling calling away, telling calling away. Allah, ma
I'm obviously really inspired by like African sounds, sounds of Africa, West African percussive sounds, vocals, African vocals, like especially like South African vocals. Like those native tongues are the ones that just get me like my spirit. Those are the sounds that match my spirit. I think there's like sounds that matches everyone's spirit. Like that's what certain people like gravitate towards certain instruments. Certain people gravitate towards certain music, right? Like music is very much of an individual experience. Like someone could hate a song, be like, I hate that song. And someone could be like, I love this song. That's why I love music, because it's like, it's a very a personal thing. And then you even sharing music, it's like, listen, like everyone's not gonna like what you share, and you have to be comfortable with that. When I was in Kenya, I was in the car with some people, and I was like, yo, play some music. And they were like too shy to play the music because they're like, I don't like playing music in front of people just in case they say my songs are whack. And I'm like, no, share it, because that's actually like an invitation into your world. You know, you share music, you may share something with me I never heard before, and now you just give me like a flavor of your spirit, like a sense of who you are. Like I don't care if I like the music or not. I'm like, it's like an invitation into your world. And I think sound is like that. It's like an invitation into your world, because we all gravitate towards something. And I think something you should ask yourself sometimes is like, oh, why do I like this? You know, it's like when you go shopping and like you're scrolling, you know, through the jeans, and then you just boom, for some reason you say no, 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 yes. You know, you're looking at shirts, no, 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 yes. What is it? Like, what is it about that? Like, that's your individual taste and style. Start to take notice of that, right? That's like your unique essence. You know, everyone goes shopping and instantly they can see something they like, something they don't like, you know? And I think what creativity, that's all it is like knowing what you like and what you don't like. And it's really just an elimination process of getting rid of things you don't like. Like I was going through all my sounds the other day, and I was like, get rid of every sound you don't like. You know, I have like sample packs, things I bought, and it's just random sounds in there. I'm like, no, no, no. Eliminate everything that doesn't resonate with your spirit. So we only have everything that like matches what we're trying to do. And that's not a hard thing, because it's like, I think we all know what we like and what we don't like. You just have to trust in your own style. You just have to trust like in your yeses and your nos, and know like regardless, like you may be shopping with your homegirl or your boys, and you may be like, yo, these shoes are fire. And then they'd be like, nah, those are whack. No, if they're fire to you. Wear it. That's your style. That's you. They can't imagine themselves in those shoes because that's not them, you know, but you wearing it, they're gonna be like, oh, that suits you, you know, that suits you, you know, and just like owning that individuality, like owning that uniqueness about ourselves, owning that essence is like, then you're also expressing yourself in so many different ways. And now people are like gravitating towards you because you are your own flavor. You are an original. You are a one-on-one. You're not a carbon copy of anybody else, because you are. So I was on a Zoom call today with my team, and I usually do my Zoom calls in the studio, but I was doing it in my kitchen today because I went to the gym. I didn't have time to come here. And they're like, yo, your background in your home, the counters and the kitchen tiles and everything are like the same colors of like your studio, and like even the clothes you're wearing right now. I was wearing like a green and brown hoodie. Then they noticed like my home, there's a lot of green and brown tones. And then they thought back to my studio, and then they also thought back to all like the branding guidelines I gave them and assets for colors I like. And there's like this cohesiveness through everything, like my home, the clothes I'm wearing, everything. There's this cohesiveness because like I know what I like and what I don't like, and that changes in seasons, right? And then it's like, boom, you have your own flavor. This is my flavor. And at the end of the day, you just have to represent that. That's why I like Tyler the Creator. Tyler the Creator is his own flavor. You know, like you know a Tyler song when you hear a Tyler song. Even if you see Tyler's merch, you know it's his merch because the colors are colorful. He always plays with the browns because he's really inspired by the Northwest. He owns his style, and he's just like, boom. Oh,
Telinkoli moye, telinkoli moye.
shout out to the ancestors in that one. Shout out to the ancestors in that one. I think like for me, it's like I like creators. I like creators where I'm like, I've never seen you before. I like creators and artists where I'm like, you are a 101. I think like we live in this time now where like trends are popular and like, copying other people is popular. And that's like another game and that's fine. But like I'm usually attracted to people who seem like a 101. Like I came up in the when hip hop was in its prime and like a Busta Rhymes was like a 101. A Missy Elliott was herself. Even like a Jay-Z, like they were all just complete Andre 3000. They were all just completely different in their own essence, right? Um, I think social media sometimes like people kind of fall into these like templates and these trends, you know, even in their branding and everything. And me, I just scroll. I'm like, nope, nope, nope. It's always like the people that are standing on their individuality that I stop and then I'm like, oh, I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that because I can tell that's you and you're owning that and that's beautiful. Um, and just staying true to that, knowing what you like and what you don't like, that's a beautiful thing. And that's why we all here, right? Like we all traveling on a similar frequency. That's why we're all in the same space right now. That's why we spend these times together. Is that coffee? No, this is actually tea. I just coffee presses are really good for tea. To be honest, sometimes coffee presses are better than teapots. I love teapots, but this one's really good because it's just an individual. It's just like a 1 cup. It's just like a 1 cup killer. I call it the 1 cup killer. You know. Someone said my aesthetic is white and gold. Exactly. Bethany's is white and gold, and white and gold is definitely not my aesthetic, right? Um, everyone has their own. I love that. It's like represent you, and it could shift as well. Like aesthetics mature and grow and change. And it's just like I love like if I go thrifting, it's like automatically if I like I see something that's gonna match my home. See something like where I was like I was thrifting and like I saw this and like instantly my mind is like, yep, 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 like it, let's go. This is like this matches in my crib, it's in my kitchen, it just goes, you know. It's just like honoring that. Even like my teapots I have at home, like they all like 101s. The tea I'm drinking comes with quotes today. Elise says, in order to be remembered, leave nothing but love. I love that. I love that. I love that. I don't think I've ever had the desire. Some people are like, "Oh, I want to be remembered forever. I want statues of me." I'm like 99.9% of people are going to be forgotten. There's billions of people. I've never really had like this desire where like when I die, everyone must remember who I am. At the end of the day, I just want to leave with love, leave with love. If I have some type of impact, that impact is in the people's hearts and then they go and they it's a domino effect and they create impacts as well. And if I'm remembered by some, if I'm remembered by many, either way, great. But I love that quote because it's like, lead with love. And that is my intention with content. Sometimes I'm like, man, I should start if I started another channel and I, I just complained about everything like people do, that probably would take off. But I'm like, man, why do I want to put energy in that direction? I could take all that energy and just like become the best at what I do, you know? Put things out with value out there. That's just kind of how I am. I grew up on positive TV. I grew up watching Full House. I grew up watching like all these TV shows, Mr. Rogers. I grew up watching all these TV shows that always had like a positive message. So like I think as I grew up, that became like a part of me where I was just like, I just want to bring some type of value into it or like some type of like good energy or good vibe. Like Manny says, I'd rather inspire people to create change that inspires people to create change. Yeah, I love that. Right. Right. Even the change you make in your own life, it's beautiful when that inspires other people to make change in their own life. And then that inspires more people to make change in their life. It's like a domino effect. But this like desire that some people have to be like worshipped after their death is weird to me. It's weird to me. Um, it's weird. Hey Heinz, would you be able to make a video on how you do your lighting to your videos? It's set up so perfectly. Yeah, all that stuff is going to be on the Kofi community, on the private community. Um, I could tell you right now what I have. I have a aperture 120D above me with with the Elgato stream light right here, and then practical lights. You call these background lights practical lights, right? They just add depth and style and color. Um, and then there's color correction as well. Um, so yeah, those are the lights. But like the philosophy behind it all and like scene building, that stuff's more stuff that I'm doing on our private community on the creator sphere because it's I make a video like that on my channel. It's not gonna do that well. Only a certain number of people are gonna do it. I kind of just want to do it in an intentional space where it's not gonna be ads either. And yeah. A step that can create ripples, joy is infectious in a great way. I agree. That is a beautiful thing. The domino effect. I always say like only one person has to illuminate their light to illuminate the path for everybody, you know? So the concept of like, can one individual change the world? I actually think you can. You may not change every aspect of the world, but you make a change, by making a change within yourself. I truly believe in that. I actually really do truly believe in that because to make the world a better place, it's a global effort, it's an individual effort, and then a collective effort. But there's a individual responsibility, individual, a sense of responsibility in your own life to make a change that then ultimately contributes to the collective change. So, I like, what was his name? I think a few people made this quote, but I think it was also Jordan Peterson said, you know, make your own bed before you go try to complain about the world. And it's actually beautiful because it's like make sure you have yourself in order, mind, body, and spirit. Make sure you're grounded in a good place before you start going and complaining about the world and being consumed by the world. Take care of yourself. Take care of your mental wealth, your well-being. Make sure your bed made. Make sure the kitchen's stocked. Make sure you're good. Make sure the family's good. Make sure you're strong because when you are in a strong place and you make that change within yourself, now you can step into the world and make change, right? Because you've made change in your life. You have a foundation. You have strength to stand on. The ads disruptive videos, of course. That's why I created the Kofi community. Even with the guided meditations, I can't post guided meditations on YouTube because sometimes I use music that has copyrights in them, and YouTube automatically. Even these streams, 99% of the streams, I don't make a single dollar on them because I use music, and then even if I turn the ads off, they turn the ads on because of the music, and then they send that money to the artist. So the reason why I created another platform that is produced and partnered with the people, a membership thing, and there's actually an app coming. I'm not supposed to talk about it, but there's an app coming. That is to create a user-based experience that's better with no ads and things like that, right? And it gives me that ability to do so. Michael Jackson said, "Deal with the man in the mirror." sure. I believe in that. I believe in that. Shout out to that man. MJ got hits. I don't think there'll ever be another megastar like him again. I actually think the I gotta turn off these cameras. I actually think the sense of I think celebrity is dying. I was saying this to someone else. I'm like, I think Kim Kardashian and then like Kendall Jenner are like the last celebrity it girls. I think now because of social media and like so many people have their own worlds and everything like that. It's not like a pyramid anymore. Celebrity very much used to be like a pyramid. There was like a select few at the top, and then it poured down to the people, and everyone just watched TV, and whatever was on TV is what we're looking at. Now we have so many viewpoints into so many different sectors of the world. We all have our own different interests, and we can be in our own little avenues. That's I think celebrityness is dying, and that's actually a good thing, right? It's a beautiful thing. And then you have like obviously like mini celebrities in their own world and whatnot. But I think that like that pyramid of just like you're still gonna have like your unique megastars that come out, right? Like I think Tyla from South Africa is a potential new megastar, right? She could be like another Rihanna, but I don't think we're ever gonna have that real like Michael Jackson. Like I don't even think there'll be another Kim Kardashian as like she is. I think that was an era, and we're moving past that. I think people care less. I think people care less as well. I think people care less. Of course, people still get into the gossip of things and stuff like that, but I think people care less about celebrity-ness, and I think that's a good thing. I think so. Maybe I just don't care. Maybe I just don't care. But I do think celebrityness is like dying in a way. It's like a web now instead of a triangle. Oh, I love that. I'm gonna use that one. It's like a web instead of a triangle. You're right. And that web just spreads in so many different areas, right? Because like, you have different people who are celebrities in their own world and like just for their own unique interests, right? And that is cool because like now like everyone can have their own world. It's not even about being celebrity but like, certain people, just have great information or they build an audience or whatever. And it's not just about like, Brad Pitt. It's not just about, this actress, this actor, Beyonce. Even like rappers are not like people care. People at one point, like rappers like ran things. People much less don't care about rappers anymore. Actually, it's a conversation in the hip hop community that hip hop is dying, that rap is dying. One, because the purity of it got lost. It got way too, it came way too much about money and it lost its soul and people stopped focusing on their individuality. There's an artistry aspect to it that was lost that is contributing to its current death. But also just like people care less about like the big egotistic personalities versus in the day we like that. We like the rappers who would stand on top of everything, be like, I'm the best, but people don't care about that as much anymore, Like rappers aren't the coolest people anymore. It just is what it is. Things got saturated. Which is good because like we should have less idols, right? We shouldn't really be idolizing people. People should just be like testaments and like inspirations for us to better our own lives, and it shouldn't be things that we compare to. We just take doses of inspiration and whatnot. And now, I love watching. I watch a couple different podcasts. Like I watch Diary of a CEO, and I watch Joe Rogan, mainly for the diversity of the guests they have. And you just get introduced to all these different people in different worlds that you would never really have known of like 30 years ago. And like you can dive into their world, you can dive into their book, you can follow them on social media and get like so much more information. And I really enjoy that. Like, thought leaders are the new pioneers. Yeah. Yeah. And there's so many different thought leaders, right? Which is really cool. So many people who will, put their ideas out and people resonate with those ideas. And then people take those ideas and, mature those ideas and put those ideas back out. And then those ideas have a life of its own. That's the cool thing about ideas, right? Sometimes you put an idea out, it's just a seed. And then someone takes that seed and they water it. And now that idea is its life of its own. And now it's on its own journey. You can't even claim that idea. At the end of the day, you're just a channel. You get that idea out, but now it's like the collective has taken that idea, and now the idea has grown into something. You know, I think it's a really cool time. I think these times it's important to have a lot of discernment and self control, because it's like, one, you can get lost in these algorithms, but one, you can actually shape these algorithms to serve you as a great tool, right? Like these algorithms, you can shape them to like give you the motivation you need, give you the information you need, and the dose of laughs that you need, just to keep yourself going and to thrive. But then these algorithms also can capture your attention, can capture your energy. They can also keep you in a state of fear if you're not the one curating and directing these things. And that's why you just have to be very protective of your energy. That's why I'm a firm believer in Opal. These guys need to give me a sponsorship deal, because I'd be promoting them so much. Let's look at my Opal time today. It says today my focus score was 92%. Not bad. 13 minutes on Instagram. It's pretty good. 7:30 p.m. here. I only spent 13 minutes on Instagram. I spent 7 minutes on Twitter. There was a time where I would look at my phone. It would say I was on Instagram for like 3 hours. So what? How was I on Instagram for 3 hours today? 4 hours today? I don't even remember being on there. I was online for 7 hours today. One time I looked at my screen time, it said I was on the screen for 8 hours. I'm like, that's a whole shift. That's a whole day of work. Oh my God. Where's my attention going? So you gotta be very protective of your intention, and because it's just everyone's basically fighting for your attention, right? Why? We are in the attention economy, right? Attention equals dollars, right? Why do influencers make money? Is because they hold attention, right? Even someone like, that's why a lot of people don't care if they get bad attention, because regardless, attention is attention. An algorithm doesn't really know if it's good attention or bad attention. Some people will purposely put drama out there or put out a narrative out there that's going to piss people off, because they know more people will get louder about something they don't like often versus something they do like, right? That's why the news is very negative. And it's just attention. And you can just take that attention, because attention is energy, and you can monetize that somehow, right? So that's why a lot of people, they just, pump out negativity, because it's just they want the attention. So you always have to be mindful that people want your attention, because your attention is actually valuable. So if you really think about it, you're like, oh, people want my attention. Like when I'm scrolling on Instagram, what you're basically scrolling through is everyone trying to convince you why they're worth your attention, right? That's what it is. And maybe they're trying to say, hey, I have an idea that's going to elevate your life. Like, not some people are just like, yo, just worship me. But some people are like, yo, I have something that I feel is of value that I want to bring to you. But regardless, everyone is trying to say, hey, give your attention over here. Give me your attention. And whatever the reason is, you don't know in that first instance, you don't know. But everyone is fighting for that attention. Why? Because we're in the attention economy. Attention equals dollars, Attention equals dollars. Where's the attention? The attention's on social media. The attention used to be on TV, right? So what did brands and companies do? They bought commercials and ad slots and things like that. Now the attention's online, and now anybody can go and get attention. So because anyone can go and get attention, they're going to get attention. And attention is not a bad thing, but to me, it's just like, how are you getting that attention? And what is the trade, right? Like if you go to the store and let's say you go buy a new bag. You buy this bag, you're hyped about this bag. And then tomorrow you throw your computer in the bag or whatever, all your makeup in it. And then you're walking for like 10 minutes and the bag rips and breaks. Now you feel like you've been ripped off. You're like, I paid my money, and to make that money, I had to put my time and my intention and my labor into something. I traded it for something I thought was of value, and that thing was cheap, right? And now I feel like I got ripped off. Now you go back to the store and you're like, yo, give me a return. And hopefully they give you a return. Online, it's like a lot of people are just trying to get your attention off of something that's very cheap, something that's just going to benefit. And unfortunately, online, you can never get your attention back. Once you spend it, you have spent it. There's no return. There is no return, right? So you got to be very mindful of that. You got to be very mindful of that, of who you give your attention to, the things you engage with. and start to just create your online sphere, because our online lives are very much real. We spend a lot of time in these online lives. They're very much integrated into the online world. Our banking systems, our news, we connect with our family, FaceTime, send DMs, we get inspired, we look at things. A lot of us run our businesses online. We have these lives online, right? And the way we navigate these lives, just like in our own life, you need healthy boundaries. You kind of need like a structure and a rule to that, or else you get lost in it. I love like I love looking at my phone at the end of the day and just seeing, like, let me see what yesterday was like. I can track every day. Yesterday I was at the dentist most of the day, so it's freezing. I think that's why I have like a lot of I don't feel good about like I've had so many different times I was like, yo, like what's like, especially for streaming, like the biggest the biggest streamers basically find what has happened that day that is controversial and then just react to it, right? Just give their 2 cents onto it. And then the algorithm catches it and flies it because that's like the trending news for the day, you know? And unless there's like a way for that person, in my opinion, to like bring some type of value, or like even like maybe just a genuine good laugh or release, then cool. But a lot of times that's not the intention. A lot of times it's just like, yo, this is what's hot. Let me grab the attention and then click, click, click. I'm gonna get that AdSense. And that's the intention. I don't like that, because I feel like it's almost like a form of like thievery. It's like almost a form of like, let me clickbait, let me fear bait this person so I can grab their attention and give them no value, but maybe just anger them even more so they come back, or maybe they'll even leave a comment. So that's how a lot of these things run, right? That's how a lot of these things run. Never thought of it this way. No returns. Yeah, no returns. No returns. I've felt that before. I've watched something before and I was like, why did I do that? Everything's kind of like a gamble. But like, you know, y- after a while, there's like certain like podcasts you enjoy. There's certain people you like. You come into these streams because you're intentional with it. You're like, I'm coming into this stream because I have a good time. Maybe it brings a sense of release. Maybe the conversations aligned one day. Maybe it's the community, but you have decided that, hey, the number one chill spot is worthy of my time. And then that's why I like to spend time making sure that it looks good, it sounds good. I'm always trying to figure out, well, how can I make it a better experience? And I haven't even gotten my feet wet. Yeah, we're really just getting started. But because I'm like, if someone's giving me their attention, if someone's giving me their time, that's like probably the greatest honor they could actually do, is like be like, hey, I'm giving you some of my time. So in return, I'm like, okay, well, let me make sure that they are receiving something that is valuable and worthy of their time, you know? At least not allow that attention to be, let me just take your time. No, it's not about that, right? And I would say you just have to be mindful of people who do that, you know, right? It's human psychology. Most lots of people know, like, drama and negativity just flies further. It's just that's the way. If someone wants like popularity online, it's like a little bit of drama or a lot of drama will get you there a lot faster. That's just the truth. That's just the truth. practice any kind of affirmations? Of course, and we have our own deck of affirmation cards. You must be new here. The reminder deck. You know, the reminder deck. Reminder deck. Reminder deck. Reminder deck. 33 cards to support you in your expansion, renew oneself. Not actually 33 in this one because I have more cards over there. I was gonna make a meditation video today. I don't know if I'm gonna do that now. Actually, no, I'll still do it before I go home. Nah, actually, I'll still do it before I go home. I'll still do it. I'll still do it. Alignment. Alignment isn't hard to find when you have a sound mind. Alignment isn't hard to find when you have a sound mind. And what is a sound mind? A sound mind is a strong mind, the clear mind. It actually fits into what we were just talking about. Because when we're consuming too many things that aren't for us, we cloud our own mind. We create cobwebs in our mind, and now we're not present. The back says a sound mind is a whole mind. It's a calm mind. It's a present mind. It's a creative mind, right? It's a creative mind, a mind that's able to receive ideas, It's open enough to channel ideas and, make an act on them because it's not distracted. A sound mind is a focused mind. A focused mind. Take a moment today. Take a moment every day. Breathe. Reflect. And just simply say, I am aligning myself. I'm cultivating a sound mind. I like that card. I mean, of course, I like the card. I created it, but I just like that one for this moment right now. Is this the right moment? Beautiful card. Beautiful card. You got the lady sipping the teas, beautiful. Each one's a whole different color. Different color palette, different design. Every single one. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Shout out to Adrian. Shout out to Adrian, the artist for these cards. Yeah, I love these sessions where we kind of just hang out here and we just talk, do whatever. We just talked for hours. Really just talked for hours. I also, I was recording all of this on my cameras. I'm like, I'm not looking through 3 hours of footage. There's probably some gems in there, but I'm just gonna let it be. I like that sound. I like that sound. I like that sound a lot. I gotta go back to that. There's like a little jingle in there. A little jingle in there. I might have to isolate that sound out later. That sound. That's my kind of sound. That's beautiful. Really like that one sound I love. I like the other sounds as well, but it's like that one sound is the sound. Is the sound. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. That's a nice sound. That's a nice sound. Nice sound. Might have to use a little bit of that in the meditation I'm making. Yeah, I'm gonna use a little bit of that in the meditation I'm making. For everyone that's over on the Kofi community, you about to hear that sound in the meditation. I don't even know where I found that sound. I do know it's it's not copywritten though. That's a royalty free sound. I could use that as I please. Yeah, I do like that sound. It's giving me like a old school Disney movie, like going through the forest right now. You know, they're like in love. They just discovered each other, and they're like just going through the lush forest and going through the river and shit. Yeah, I was an Avenger for sure. Avenger. Give me some like classic movie vibes. I gotta figure that glitch out. Watching Disney movies still hits like the classic ones. I don't know about these new ones. I don't know about these new ones. You gotta give me like the classic ones, like I'm talking about back from like the '90s, and like '90s Disney movies, even '80s, '90s movies, classics, man. You know what I like? Which movie I love? Fern Gully. Fern Gully's a vibe. Fern Gully was a beautiful vibe. Beautiful vibe. Fern Gully is also like the story of Avatar, right? Like, you know, corporate greed. You know this monster who just has its own self interest. coming and, taking something that's magical, that's important for the people because they just want, their own monetary gain. That was like the story of Ferngully. That's the story of, Avatar as well. That's really the story of life. Even in our artistry, the same thing happens. One thing that was like so pure and important to us. And then, at the end of the day, sometimes our own greed and self interests can erode that purity that we had. And it's like you actually had to like fight for your soul in that sense. And like, you know, some stories can just be told a billion times over and over and over, and they'll never get old because they're just eternal truths, that are like genetically imprinted into our DNAs and hearts and souls. Um, that's like a classic one, right? Yeah, add it. Yeah, Ferngully's not Disney, but like it's just part of that like era, like when like Disney was coming with some classics. Ferngully's its own classic. It's not Disney. I also love Hook. Hook. I love Hook. I love Hook. Hook is such a vibe. Oh, Beauty and the Beast was a big vibe. I used to love Beauty and the Beast. This is what I'm saying. This is why I make content that's positive, is because of all these damn movies and shows. It was like literally what I was raised upon. Like I didn't, the only, I think, well, I watched The Simpsons too. I watched The Simpsons too. I like some of the things, but like I really, I'm like a sucker for like a good movie with like a positive ending. Um, Fern Gully. Hey, let me see if I can find Fern Gully or maybe even Hook. There's one scene in Hook that I love. I can find it. The Beast is much cuter, but before like it's hard to remake a movie. Unfortunately, it's like the classics are always going to be the classics. The classics are always going to be the classics. Hey, thank you so much, Liquid Fire. Recent new sub. I love seeing that there's new people in the community. Sylvan loves movies that can make me cry and laugh. Yeah, me too. I love a movie that can make me shed almost a little tear, or just make you feel something. It's not real, but you feeling something. That's how they did their job. They made you feel something. It's like now I realize too, like back in the day, again, back in the day, TV shows, like it was like the classic story arc, like beginning, and then there's some type of conflict, and then there's some type of resolution, right? There's some type of message, there's some type of positive ending. That was like Full House. That show, there was always a conflict, right? And like, oh no, there's a problem within the family. And then at the end, the music came on, and then they just have like their little message, and then it was complete. Now I realize on like Netflix, you watch a show and there's no resolution to the conflict. The conflict just continues, right? The conflict just continues and then leaves you hanging, and you're like, oh my God. I'm just like, you're just in this heightened sense of constant conflict and drama. It's like a different frequency this time. I'm like, where's the resolution? Where's the good ending? Where's the happy ending? Where's the hero? Like, where is it? It'd just be like, boom, drama, 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 cliffhanger, 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 cliffhanger. I'm like, man, I need a good ending. I need the hero. Although I know it, I just need it. I need it. Oh, yo, the movie Soul, so good. The movie Soul actually helped me at a time when I was kind of struggling. The movie Soul brought me back. Hold up. Soul movie. Flow state. There's this one scene in Soul that was amazing. Yes. Okay, I think I found it. Hold up. Can I pull it up here? Let me see if I could pull it up. Let me see if I could pull it up. Really organized today to pull up videos, but sometimes we just gotta do what we gotta do. Sometimes we just gotta do what we gotta do. System audio. Oh man, I didn't even have this whole time I was breathing into the microphone and the breaths were not coming through. That's embarrassing. Oh, yo, I'd be fired. I don't know if YouTube would let me, but I'd be fired to have like movie night on stream. That'd be pretty fire, wouldn't it? Wouldn't movie night be pretty fire? I think that'd be pretty fire. I think that'd be pretty fire. Yeah.
Good
And you just
Back
go
here
into the
tonight,
zone, you
first
start
show's at 9,
channeling.
sound checks at
I love that movie. That movie reminded me of like why I do what I do. And like it kind of reminded me that like your creative process can be a deeply spiritual process. Um, yeah, that was a beautiful movie. Soul. Check out Soul. That's one of those ones. Soul's one of those new ones that like, I feel like it's a classic. That one's gonna stand some test of times. I'm always questioning what's going to stand the test of time, especially with music. I'm like, I don't think a lot of things that are being made are gonna be like really still like being, how we have like classics and music that we still listen to from like the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, that there's certain hits. I'm always questioning what that is being made in this era right now is still going to be played 30 years from now. There's so much more. So I'm like, it's harder to like know like what's still going to be around, even with shows and movies. But I think Soul's one that like people like decades further up will like pull back. And oh no. You never seen Soul? You gotta go watch Soul, man. Soul's so good. You know what? I'm gonna watch Soul this weekend. I'm gonna watch Soul this weekend. It's such a good movie. They got what other do they have another scene? Here's Spark. Let's watch this one. This one, you know what's crazy about Soul? Soul was dropping bars to the point I was like, yo, these are things that I've been saying. Did the writers watch my content? What's going on? But no, these are just universal truths. These are just universal truths, but it was dope. Boom, now we in a body. Now we a body just experiencing, having a whole human experience, just learning, just experiencing, just having a good old time. I love it. I love it. Oh man, yeah. I'm gonna figure out if we can do movie night. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure if YouTube going. I guess I have to find a movie that's um I have to find a movie that's already in full length for free, like on someone else's channel. Because I don't think I could actually like buy a movie and then stream it. There's gotta be some like that's gotta be a crazy copyright strike. There's gotta be a crazy copyright strike. Maybe I can do it. Maybe there's a way to do it. Because movie nights would be fire. With some like classics? Yeah, that'd be fire. You know what's crazy? I go on Netflix. I'll just scroll for days. Like there's nothing to watch. There's too many options. Too many options. There's too much stuff. Even like just too many videos. There's too much stuff these days. Like it's just too much. It's too much. It's too much, man. So I like the classics. Oh, what happened? Did they kick me off? Oh no, they kicked me off, didn't they? Why they had to do that to me? Man, why they had to do me so dirty like that? Why they do me dirty like that, man? Why they do me dirty like that? That's crazy. That's crazy, man. It's crazy. I guess that answers the question. No movie night. And they don't even let us check out a clip of a movie that was on like another person's YouTube that was already stolen. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's why I think on Twitch, actually, Twitch, we could do that. Twitch, the Wild Wild West. You're allowed to kind of almost do anything over there when it comes to like some stuff. Man, a bunch of haters. A bunch of haters, man. I can't really hate on YouTube. You know, YouTube's been a blessing in my life, and they've actually shown me a lot of love. I have a partner manager and everything. They sent me to Kenya and stuff. YouTube has been a blessing for me, but these these copyright things are not a vibe. They're definitely not a vibe. Not a vibe. I'll figure out a way. I'll figure out a way. Yeah, maybe through Discord. Maybe through Discord can do it. Or Rumble. Man, the thing is I don't want to. I don't want to create a Rumble account either. There's just too many accounts. I don't want a Rumble account. Rumble account. I feel like Rumble's more like politics and stuff. I used to watch a Russell Brand show on there. I like how he structures them out. He gets a lot of content done in his streams, and then yeah, didn't get a strike. I don't think it's gonna be a copyright strike. It's just a copyright notice. But yeah, they don't play with movies. You know, they don't really play with movies because movies have like yeah, they don't play with movies. That's crazy. That's crazy. Someone said Russell Brand is too political now. Well, I think he's a political voice, right? That's what that was I wouldn't say he's too political. I'd say that was his intention, right? Like that's the direction he went. I actually heard him say, Russell Brand knows who I am too. He follows me on Instagram because we used to both create content on this meditation app, and a few times they had us both on the homepage. So I think he checked out one of my meditations and must have liked it because then he went and followed me on Instagram. But I remember I saw him say one time, he said when he started like his mindful channel on YouTube, he's like, there's only so much you can do there. Like it can get redundant or like it's not something that's like, and he's right. It's like, it's pretty difficult to like, if you look at well, politics, there's something to talk about every single day. It's a little bit harder. Like like to create content every single day that's not reliant on the world, that's not reliant what's happening on the world is actually not easy. I know I made it seem easy in the pandemic. I just had a lot to say, but like, um, you know, it's a lot easier to make content that's reflective of what's happening in the world. So when he made that pivot, because at first he actually wasn't doing anything political, you know, then he made that pivot, and then that blew up for him because again, you're riding the waves of whatever is happening in the news that day, and people want clarity on what is happening, right? So it actually has this, it serves as space and whatnot, but that keeps you in another frequency. Like then you had like I would actually hate. I personally wouldn't want a massive platform based on politics because it would mean I would have to marry myself with politics. I would always have to have an opinion. I would always have to know what's happening. I don't want to do that to my spirit. I don't want to be engaged in every worldly affair like that. I tune in, and when I feel like pulling out, I pull out, and I take massive hiatuses from what's happening in the world, and then I may peek back in and say, "What's happening? What's the cultural conversation?" But me personally, I don't think I probably would lose my peace if my platform was a political platform. Um, right. And I've thought about these things before. I was like, oh, because I have a lot. I'm a very opinionated person, but I was like, My decisions have to be for the betterment of my peace, you know? I have to be for the betterment of my peace. And, I was like, "No, I could not actually do what he does, 'cause, I can't marry myself to the world's problems every day, unfortunately." Not unfortunately. Yeah, we're all in different time zones. Some people are just waking up. It's like 8 p what time is it? It's 8 PM where I am. It's 8 PM. I've been here for 4 hours, y'all. No, 3 hours. 3.5 hours. Make the world a better place says, in my opinion, RB is good being with an unconscious past, like a lot of us, just in different ways. Laura Hire. Am I a good being with an unconscious past? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. With an unconscious past. Yeah. I think unfortunately, when you have a past of certain things, you still may have to deal with those repercussions much later in life. And sometimes you have to deal with those repercussions when you've changed your life and you're a better person now. But those some of those things may still haunt you and they still may I don't want to say you may have to pay the price, but you know, unfortunately, things like that happen. 11:15 for a lot of you. That means you're on the East Coast. When I was one thing I noticed, sometimes people ask me like, "Hey, why did you go celibate?" I always kind of had like a feeling that like I guess maybe people would know who I am. Like I always felt like I would kind of have some type of visibility. I didn't know what that meant. Not like fame, but like I don't know. I just felt like people would know me. Like not people know me. Like I travel and people recognize me. I always kind of felt like that would happen. And then I would look at people I look up to, maybe some people, or not even people I look up to, but it's people who seem to they were at the top, and especially with men. And like the one consistent theme I noticed was some men unfortunately had like a lack of maybe sexual discipline or behaviors and actions that would ultimately be the very reason for their downfall. I'm like, that's so unfortunate. And having a daughter, I realized I'm like, man, I never want to raise myself to the top of the mountain and then like do something stupid and be a poor model for my daughter of what a man's supposed to be. So I was like, yo, this sexual energy stuff is strong. It takes out kings. It takes out people at the very top. So it's like we had to learn this now before we're in positions where we have more responsibility. So we know we are in control of these things, and we are moving in the right accord and having good experiences with people, respectful experiences. It's really important. It's really important. It's really important. Yeah, I think I figured out all the sounds that I'm going to use for this guided meditation I'm making, which was the initial intention for me coming to the studio today. But then we ended up over here. I did not expect to be here this long, to be honest. How did this even happen? How did this even happen? How did we end up here for so long? 3.5 hours. It was just good vibes. It was just good people. I was actually trying to keep the whole stream copywritten free, but that's dead now. That's dead now. So mm, to build out my sets, political and negative hands up pulling energy, magnified peace takes growth and focus. In my opinion, it's the best way to unite and grow society. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like we're coming close to our end. A random long stream. 3.5 hours. Still deciding if I'm going to make my guided meditation tonight or do I wait and do it tomorrow with like a little bit more energy? Or do I ride the wave of the energy right now? I don't know. Focus stream tomorrow? Yeah, possibly. Actually, what's the date today? The 23rd. Focus stream. I was actually working. I was trying to sort out like a permanent, not permanent. I don't like permanence, but like a structured schedule for the study streams. So they're just at the same times every week. But what will I do on tomorrow? I don't know. My priority tomorrow is going to be. I'm probably not going to make the meditation video tonight because I should probably get a good sleep and do a meditation on fresh mind. My mind today was a little joggled because I was in the dentist yesterday for 4 or 5 hours. I said this earlier, but they put so much freezing into me. Like I even woke up this morning and my jaw hurt still. Like my brain felt clouded from all like the whatever it is. Like I just didn't feel like the clarity in my mind today. So but at least what I did figure out today was figure out all the sounds I was gonna use. And I'm definitely gonna use that really magical one. That really magical one that was really beautiful. Um, which was which one was that? It was this one, I think. Was it this one? Yeah. No, it wasn't really brain fog that I had. It was more just like I guess you could call it. No, it's more like uh, fog in my emotions. Like my emotion, like my energy was just more foggy. Yeah, this sound I'm gonna use definitely. I gotta figure out that one. Yeah, I'm gonna do the meditation tomorrow for sure. Need like a good hour. Oh, you can see the chat on the TV. Amazing. That's amazing. You can see the chat on the TV. That's amazing. Oh my God. Oh, y'all know me. I love my alma piano. I love my South African sounds. Love my South African sounds. You know what? Actually, I was trying to. You know what I'm gonna learn next is, which I think will be really cool. Is I'm gonna learn how to like mix songs, but not with my DJ controller, but with my hands in the air. And I potentially know how to do it. There's just some like screws I have to figure out still in the thought process. But taking two records, because now that I can, kind of control it with my hands already, but taking two different records, I need to program some stuff for the left hand, but taking two different records, just like a DJ would, and mix those records, but without touching anything. It's gonna be fire. It's gonna be fire. It can be done. I know how to do it in my mind. I know how to do it, and I know technically the pathway to do it. I just have to figure out some minor details. But imagine that. Imagine a DJ set, and then I'm just that'd be like magic. Just mixing records in the air. What? That'd be insane. That'd be insane. That'd be insane. I want to do like a boiler room like that. Oh. That'd be insane. I would love that. A world tour like that would be a big vibe. A world tour like that would be a big vibe. Yeah. Big vibes. Crazy actually how everything's at a different volume. See what she's saying in the chat. Piano is life. Facts. Piano is life. Could be from the dentist stuff. Yep. What time is it where you are? It is 8:30 p.m. Yeah, it's like possible. Like it's fully possible. I could do it. Like mix the songs with just in the air. Just like it's possible. I could definitely do it. I just have to figure out some screw looses, but
Solo voaba, waitalili, ina nyakumbula, nyakumbula. Solo voaba, waitalili, ina nyakumbula, nyakumbula. Voaba, waitalili, ina nyakumbula, nyakumbula.
yeah. You know what I like about streaming is I can just figure things out as I'm streaming with you. It's like, I don't have to like come on here and be perfect. I don't have to come on here and like have like an organized show or something right away. It's like, no, I can actually create these shows and like create the process while I'm still talking to y'all and like building it out in real time. And then you'll see in a few months or down the road, you'll see the fruition and how like things become structured and like really tied together and like married and like really in unison. But I think it's cool to be able to do it like just chop up these ideas with you and play around live. you know it's just like more like to me it kind of feels like I'm in the studio with my friends, like just like a couple rappers and producers hit the studio and they're just chopping up ideas and then they're building a song over time or an album over time. That's what this feels like for me. It's like I'm in the studio with my people building on an idea, working towards, let's call it an album, not an album, but like working towards like the masterpiece. And it's just like the behind the scenes studio. I think that's what it feels like for me. That's like what it is. I like it. Like right now I'm actually figuring out right now I'm actually thinking about changing a couple functions to make it more comfortable for my hand to turn up the volume. So I just kind of realized something that would be better. Yeah. I just figured out something in my mind. I literally just figured out something that's going to make things better in my mind. Perfect. Y'all the best. Y'all the best. Yikes. I gotta figure out that volume glitch. Everything is so sensitive. That's what's so cool about it too, though. Warping. Some people are just probably just came into the stream. We've been here for almost 4 hours. We even got kicked out. YouTube kicked us out because like we were like, how you can kick us out for watching the Soul movie? That's crazy. That's crazy. I be seeing I see some people do some wild things on YouTube. See some people do some wild. Yeah, sometimes we have two voices in our head. Hey, thank you so. Oh, I missed a couple super chats here. Let me definitely get to those. Thank you so much, Blush Roses. I appreciate you. And Easy Breezy. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you so much, Easy Breezy. And so thank you so much, Blush Roses. I appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Why am I gonna do that? I'm gonna stream on TikTok next. I think tomorrow's gonna be a TikTok stream. not the study stream. I think I'm in the mood for a TikTok stream. Actually, no. We might do a study stream first, so I can organize for the TikTok stream. Yeah. Yeah. The number one chill spot on the internet, man. Sometimes it's not really about. I'm in this season where it's like it's not about more information. It's really not. Like I don't really think it's like we need more information. I just think it's more about connection. It's more about just having like some experiences together. Like I'm kind of like, I don't know, I'm kind of over like just all the, I don't know, I'm just like, I just want more feels, you know, more feels. I've said this like 10 times already, but like, that's why I like Andre 3000's album, because it was just like feels. Well, it wasn't necessarily, you know, about the message. What the message was in the music though, was in the feels. What time on TikTok? Man, I'll be honest, like I have no idea right now, but anytime I do go on TikTok for a stream, it's 4 hours. So it's like a 4-hour stream for sure. Lots of music. Sorry, I just had to listen to that part like that. That was probably so sudden for you, but like I just love those vocals. That's really how I'm gonna try to like curate like the content coming up. There's a couple of videos I filmed a couple of weeks ago that are coming out next, but like I think the last video I posted is like kind of like more of a direction I'm trying to go, just kind of like more play, more sound, kind of more experience vibes. It's not even necessarily about, I'm not gonna say it's not about the message, but it's more just about like the experience of it and just like, you know, how it's all coming together. Yeah, because again, I just don't think I personally just, there's not a lot of new information I'm trying to even dive into. It's just, you know, simple, beautiful messages being retold in different ways, little reminders that we may need. That record is I just love the vocals on that one. I just love the vocals on that one. Oh man, I'm gonna have to build a setup for tomorrow. There's a bunch of stuff I gotta figure out now. I don't want to do it from Spotify. I'm literally in my mind. I'm trying to figure out how I can DJ with my hands in like the air. It can be done. That's all I know. It can be done. That's all I know. It can be done. When I was in Kenya, I went to the Ami piano parties, and I was just like outside parties, you know, it's warm out, it's like nighttime, beautiful people, everyone's just there for the music, beautiful vibes, beautiful energy. Nobody was like sloppy drunk, nobody's on their phone, like just trying to like, you know, everyone's just present in the music, feeling people recognizing me too. They're like, "Hi, what are you doing in Kenya?" I'm like, "I'm just out here, I'm a piano." Like, it was a great vibe.
Sohlezi sisonke mina nawe sadalelana. Sohlezi sisonke mina nawe sadalelana.
I love that song. I love that song. It's one of those ones right there. You know, when the music hits, you feel no pain. You don't even need to know what they're saying. You know, that's a good thing about music. It's mostly just a vibration thing. I mean, that's what it is for me. Music from all over the world. I'm re-downloading things and building new playlists. For sets and stuff. I'm gonna figure out how to mix records with my freaking hands in the air, man. It'd be like some magician shit. It'll be dope. It'll be super dope. Most importantly, it'll be super fun. More fun. Things need to be fun. You know, things need to be fun. It's a beautiful thing. Things need to be fun. I may have to wake up early and learn. There's something new I might have to learn in the morning. I like when there's like new things you have to learn. Anytime like you have a craft and then there's like you feel like there's nothing else to learn, that's a problem. Right? That's a problem. There should always be something new to learn. You know, always should be something new you can learn. Need some more tea. I'm gonna have one more cup of tea and then I'm gonna go home. Yeah. feels good to my spirit. That feels good to my spirit. New tea boiling. Got some new tea boiling. One more cup. One more cup. One more cup. I don't even know if anyone's even here. Oh no, there's still people here. I thought you lived there. No, I don't live here. I don't live here. I have a whole house. I have a whole house. You know, I have a whole house, garage, you know, car. You know, it's actually funny. Uh, someone told me, they were like, yo, this person, they saw me post that I was with you. You know, we were eating lunch or something. And then they're like, oh, you know the guy that lives in the treehouse? I was like, I don't live in a treehouse. That's crazy. This is my studio. It's just my studio. It's just where I come to create. I like having a separation. I mean, I wasn't always able to have that, but actually, no. Even when I was broke, I always like made sure to like kind of have a studio somewhere. I like the separation between my house and having a studio. A studio is like a very intentional space. I just realized I've always, like for a long time I've always had studios, even when I had no money. Like I would like, you know, even actually at the time where I was living with my mom still, I was just paying for like a studio to create out of. But no, I've always had somewhere to go and kind of like make stuff away from my house. But I've also like create things in my house as well. Like actually when I first blew up on YouTube, I was just creating in my house. But that was getting annoying. So then I was like, I need a studio. I need a studio. And then this place came into fruition. Literally, I literally prayed on my knees that day. And I was like, I need a studio. And then boom, I found the studio that day. I thought your studio was upstairs. No, my studio is down the street. It's like, I live 5 minutes away. But no, this is its own little building, little thing in the forest that I rent from a good people. I rent from good people who own the property. Good people. Hey, thank you so much, Kim Helen, for the super chat. Missed it just getting here, but thanks for showing up today. Oh man, I appreciate you. We've been here for like 4 hours. So I really appreciate you doing that, even though you just showed up. Thank you so much. Oh, that's what I was thinking of. I was watching your videos from a couple of years ago, a while ago. Yeah, the videos, like my biggest videos are the ones when I lived in my old place when I first blew up. And I had like the kitchen scene with the tea and all that, but then I had a problem with my landlord. He went berserk, like a good guy still, I like him, but he had some screws loose in his head. He was really old. He's like 90 years old. Guy had like dementia and stuff, would forget who I am. Straight up would forget who I am. I'm renting his place. I was like, I can't live here, man. You know, like laundry's not working, things aren't working. The guy doesn't even remember. I'm calling him like, hey, the laundry machine's not working. He's like, who are you? I'm like, I can't live here, man. So I moved, you know, and then when I moved, also I got, at the same time I moved from that place, I got this studio as well. So then I got like a new house, but then the house was, it didn't have, nothing was set up. So it was really hard to create content because everyone was so used to me creating content at my kitchen table, you know, the warm fireplace in the back, the lighting. I had everything set up perfectly, and then everything abruptly changed. And then I was in an empty crib. It wasn't the same. It didn't feel the same. I got this studio, but nothing was in here. It was really difficult to create for a while. And then like, I couldn't, like, it was just hard. I had nothing felt like homey because it wasn't a home yet. It takes a while to establish a home, you know. It takes a while for your energy to settle into a place and for it to like feel like you, look like you. It was kind of unfortunate that like peak when I blew up that happened and I had to move, but everything happens for a reason, you know. Now we comfortable, you know. Now the home looks a lot better. Now the studio is pretty much set up how I want it. You know, I'll probably do a new setup 6 months from now, but after this studio, I'm gonna rent a warehouse. Because I had the next evolution for the live stream is going to be a 360. It's going to be a 360 camera setup all around me with me in the middle. cameras, you won't even really be able to see them because of the way they're positioned. Big softbox lighting above me, and it's gonna be insane. That's probably like 18 months away though. But there will be a day where I outgrow this space, unfortunately. It's not yet. Got a lot to do here, but I will outgrow it, and I'm gonna have to get like a warehouse. I'm gonna need like a bit. I'm gonna need like a big space, but it'll still feel homey. Well, don't worry about that. It'll still feel homey. But things will have to change. Oops, sorry about that. Things will have to grow. Uh, okay. For the tea, we're just gonna do the tea bag, little nighttime herbal tea. You know, nighttime herbal tea. I actually really like this elderflower tea. Um, it's- oh, that's a video. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. What's this one? Make it a cozy warehouse. Yeah, everything I do is always got to feel cozy. Like I can't even I can't even make content or stream if I'm not comfortable. Uh, like I don't even like making. That's why I only make videos where I'm comfortable. I only make videos where I'm comfortable. I don't do it anywhere else. There's a reason why you always see me sitting here. There's a reason for that, because I'm comfortable, and when I'm comfortable, I feel like my energy flows a lot better. You know, um, especially with like talking and stuff. Like yeah, I've been in like situations where like other people are filming me in like different scenarios, and they have me like just sit in a way like not like in a nice position or comfortable at all, and now they're like speak, and I'm like, yo man, like where's the setting, where's the vibes? Like you have me in this bare white room with no vibes on this uncomfortable stool, like now you're telling me to do what I do. Like it there's a lot of missing elements here. There's a lot of missing elements here. Someone said, is that a tea bag? Oh yeah, it's a tea bag. We did the loose leaf tea all day, but this herbal tea right here is actually really good. This elderflower, I don't know, I just been loving this one. Wild crafted elderflower from Hungary. 25 tea bags, caffeine free. You do the best you can while you can, right? Even sometimes tea bags serve a purpose. Sometimes it's not always the loose leaf. Majority loose leaf. I do prefer loose leaf, but sometimes we do the tea bag. Oh, that's a groovy song. That's a groovy song. I'm building out the playlist right now for the TikTok stream tomorrow. Avoid things. Thames, avoid things. It's a good song. Definitely gonna play that one on the TikTok stream tomorrow. What is this one? I don't remember what this one is. Oh, that's why I don't know what it is. It's sped up. I was like, what is this? No, I think I know what it is now. This one's a vibe too. I think. Which one is this? The speed of that one sounds messed up. That one sounds like it's warped. Okay, well, now we know to get a new file for tomorrow's TikTok stream. That file is just not doing it. That file is not doing it. Anybody got some tea on them right now? What are you sipping on? Look at also the color of the elderberry one. Yes, it's a tea bag, but I mean, this one I'm telling you is a really good nighttime tea. Actually, good morning tea as well. It's a good nighttime, good morning tea. It's got that frequency with it. You know, it's got that frequency with it. I've been listening to a lot of Afro house too. I mean, I got so much music to download and put into these sets. So much. So much. Let's see what the chat is saying. I love that a lot of these women have both healing, smooth sounds. Yeah. Sleepy tea. I was just drinking elderberry lemon. What song was just played? That was Thames. I think that's what you're talking about, right? Thames. That was Thames. Avoid Things. One day I'm gonna figure out how to like have the song come up on the screen, like some like automatic Shazam thing or something. Nice. I'm just picking out my songs for this stream tomorrow. It's good to have like a little bit of a preparation, you know. Today's stream was like, I'm basically preparing content on stream with you guys. Yeah, stream the process. Yeah, I like that. Stream the process. Stream the process. I like that. This one always makes me so happy. Is this super rainy in Van visiting next week? No, it's not super rainy right now. Actually, it hasn't been really raining at all. I'm actually trying to figure out how to make the podcast a little bit more enjoyable for me to record as well. That's the thing. Like, if you see me stop doing something, it's because I'm trying to figure out how to make it more fun for myself. Because it starts off fun, but when something gets redundant, and even I love doing the podcast, but I'm trying to find the more fun way to do the podcast. Right now, it's kind of like write, record, grab a sound bed, put it underneath, and then upload. I want to find a different way to do it that's a little bit more fun and, you know, I don't know, intuitive. Maybe we'll figure it out though. Like, that's the one thing I always remind myself, like when we're wrestling with the mind, when we're confused, when we have decision fatigue, I always just like to remind myself a breakthrough is about to come. Oh my God, look at that alignment. A breakthrough is about to come. I didn't even know that card was right there. But anytime I feel like, you know, even with my creative processes, when I'm like trying to figure things out, like I'm still trying to figure out what to do with Instagram and TikTok, like the short form content, and I'm not there. But like I constantly remind myself like a breakthrough is about to come. Like we're figuring it out. We're about to find our groove there. We've just been finding our groove in other areas, and we're finding our groove again. So a breakthrough is about to come. Clarity often arrives after we've been wrestling with life. Clarity often arrives when we settle the mind. breathe into this moment and remind yourself a breakthrough is about to come. Man, I was just thinking, I was like, man, do I need another camera in this setup? I was like, it would be cool to have one shot that just shows the whole setup, but it may overpower the computer. It may be too much for the computer, y'all. I don't know. Yeah, we chilling. The number one chill spot on the internet, man. The number one chill spot on the internet. We say it with our chest. You know, it's a statement. You know, it's a prophecy. Prophecy. Number one chill spot on the internet. I saw someone on TikTok streaming, and he was like, "Oh, this is the chillest stream on TikTok." I'm like, "You a liar, bro. You just unaware." Like, he wasn't even doing anything. It wasn't even a vibe. He just had a good camera. But still, I was like, "You unaware, bro. You just unaware of the number one chill spot. Unaware." I gotta get back on TikTok and show these people, you know? I gotta get some more of my meditation sounds in here because I don't have them in this playlist, in this set. Gotta get them in there, you know? Gotta get them in there. Oh, I get it. 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 Figuring things out live with y'all. Figuring things out live. That could be a transition right there. That'd be a transition right there. A little whew, whew, whew. That'll be fun. I think tomorrow's TikTok stream is gonna be fun. I'm kind of like planning it out in my mind. It'll be fun. It feels like a Friday to me right now. I don't know why. It feels like a Friday. It feels like a Friday to me. It's not a Friday. Let's see what Rick Rubin's saying for a second. I think I gotta get Rick Rubin on the podcast. The thing is, I gotta create at a level that puts me on these people's radar. I gotta do something that's like, that guy's onto something. He's doing something. You know, kind of have to show, you know, what we're made out of. So, gotta do some different things to get on Mr. Rubin's radar, so we can have that conversation at the number one chill spot. Wouldn't that be amazing? I think it would be absolutely amazing. It would be absolutely amazing. Let's see what this guy says. He says, when you're on a roll in the craft phase, work towards a first draft. Oh, that's so important. You have so much experimenting that it never actually manifests into everything. You kind of get stuck in the experimentation zone. But it's actually important to try to get like a draft of something out, something tangible. If you reach a section of the work that gives you trouble, instead of letting this blockage stop you, work around it. That's actually what we did today, which is interesting because I was actually working on the meditation video, but then the neighbor was mowing the lawn or chopping down a tree. I don't know. I'm in the forest. People are always doing crazy things in their yard over here. I was like, oh, this is really distracting me now. I can't make a meditation video with a lawnmower because, the mic will pick it up. So instead of allowing that to block me, what did we do? We came here. It said work around it. We found a workaround. Now, I didn't get what I intended to get done today, but we technically just went where the wind took us. And, we've been here for like 4 hours now, 4.5 hours. And like, this is still a creation in a way, right? Anything that is expressive is a creation. Anything that is expressive is a creation. What else is this guy saying? I like where he's at right now because it's in alignment for me right now. Although your instinct may be to create sequentially, like in sequence, bypass the section where you're stuck. Yeah, see? So you may have like a linear path of what you're supposed to do today. Sometimes something may block you, and a creator, because we all are creators, we're all creator spirits, have to find a way to like, okay, work around. Don't get upset, don't get angry. Don't be like, oh man, the universe is trying to block me. Oh no, I'm not as good as I thought I was. Oh, let me go back into my comfort. Let me go back into my distractions. No, instead, we find a workaround. A lot of those times, those blocks are just guides. Like we're steadfast trying to do something in this way. And that's like saying, hey, no, I'm gonna block you over here. Find a little workaround, because the workaround, the journey you go on, is gonna give you some gems over here and some ideas that you never were going to discover, right? What did Andre 3000 on the first record of the new album say? He said, I swear I tried to make a rap album, but this is what came out instead. He went to make a rap album, was blocked, and just took where his spirit wanted to go and created I think he created a masterpiece. I call it a masterpiece. Sometimes solutions to these difficult pieces will reveal themselves once the overall context has emerged. A bridge is easier to build when it's clear what's on either side of it. Let me read that part again. Sometimes solutions to these difficult pieces will reveal themselves once the overall context has emerged. Why is that not actualizing in my mind right now? Sometimes solutions to these difficult pieces will reveal, themselves once the overall context has emerged. A bridge is easier to build when it's clear what's on the other side of it. Another benefit is that if you are stuck at a section in the middle, it may feel overwhelming to know you're only halfway through the work. Hey, a lot of us lose steam when we realize how far we have to go in many different areas of our life. If you finish the rest of the draft and return to the portion you skipped, it feels more easily achievable when there's only 5 or 10% of the project left to complete. With the end in sight, it's easier to feel motivated to finish. There's a lot of grace in this conversation right now, from what he's saying. There's a lot of grace in this conversation. If you're holding a center puzzle piece in your hand, staring at an empty tabletop, it's difficult to determine where to place it. If all of the puzzle is complete except for that one piece, then you know exactly where it goes. That's true. The same is generally true for art. The more of the work you can see, the easier it becomes to gracefully place the final details clearly where they belong. Art is choosing to do something skillfully, caring about the details, bringing all of yourself to make the finest work you can. It is beyond ego, vanity, and self-glorification and need for approval. See, what he's touching on here is now the spiritual aspect, which is something I absolutely love, because when I often say like, hey, My creative practice is my spiritual practice. Like to me, it's like my religion. So he's saying here, like, by submitting yourself and caring about the details and bringing yourself all to it, doing the craft with skillfully, it goes beyond your ego. It goes beyond your vanity. It goes beyond your self-glorification and need for approval. What do religions also tell us, right? Religions also tell us to remove our ego, to submit ourselves to a higher power. It tells us to remove self-glorification, right? To like idolize ourselves, to turn ourselves into a god. And it tells us to turn away from vanity, the material things, all those type of things. The same messages in a religion you can find also in a creative practice. And that's what I realized in my life. I was like, well, I realized about my ego in my creative practice. I realized how to serve something higher than myself and not just, the dollars, although, you have to make a sense, but, there's a balance there. But I've learned about myself, how to love myself, how to have more grace with myself. Same thing that you learn in a religion, how to have grace with yourself, how to forgive yourself, how to forgive others. All these things I find that you learn in like a spiritual practice, you can find in the creative process if you do it with that intention. Like he said, art is choosing to do something skillfully. You don't have to choose to do something skillfully. You can do something half-assed. You can do something just because you're like, oh, I need to get some clicks. Or, hey, if I just do this, it'll give me some quick dollars. Or you can choose to do something skillfully, right, with intention, bringing your all to it, submitting into what you do. It may take longer. It may take more focus. It may even get slept on, right? But it's like, what is the reason why you are doing what you are doing? It's very easy to lose sight of that, especially when like the thing you love becomes your business. Now you're constantly in this battle between like keeping it pure and also trying to like make it thrive. And then it's like you go through this like, you could take like the inner corporate and the artist like fighting head to head, just like a label and an artist would fight head to head. These things happen within ourselves when whatever you're doing also becomes a business. And it's a beautiful journey. It's actually beautiful to go through that tango and that dance and that rustle, because you learn more about yourself and you learn how to honor your process a little bit more. But again, like you can find all of these things like in a spiritual practice of like, cultivating the self. You can find it actually in the creative process if you do it with that intention, if that is the intention. And that's literally what I found, right? Like, it's beautiful. I love that he touches on this. The goal of art isn't to attain perfection. The goal is to share who we are and how we see the world. That is why it doesn't matter if other people are doing what you want to do, because when the goal is to share who we are and how we see the world, you're sharing your unique experiences through whatever you do. That could be through your business, that could be just through your conversations with people, through the way you dress, through things that you create, whatever it may be. We're clearly moving, into a more creative society because, 100 years ago, it wasn't really possible for people to be creatives and make money for that. Now because of technology and AI, a lot of other things are going to be done by technology, as it already is starting to happen like that. So more jobs are opening up for thought, more jobs are opening up for creative minds and collaboration and these things like that. So we're moving into a very creative economy, and these things are very important. These lessons are very important because at the end of the day, we all are artists. Even just living your life is an art. You don't have to paint a painting or make a song to be an artist. Like the way you are just creating your life is art. You wake up for the day, the way you live in your life, the lifestyle, the way you've done your home, the way you dress for the day, how you choose to live that day. There's an art to living as well, right? It's all an art. It's all an expression. One reason art resonates is because human beings are so similar. One reason art resonates is because human beings are so similar. I like that. He said, Carl Rogers. I don't know who Carl Rogers is, but the personal is the universal. The personal is what makes art matter. Our point of view, not our drawing skills or musical ability to tell a story. Yeah. basically what he's saying is like what makes your art shine is actually like the person, your essence that you put into it. It's not necessarily your skill. Bobby McFerrin talks about this because he's obviously a very skilled person who can go on stage in front of thousands of people and like create every instrument with his voice. But he's like, I'm not doing this for people to be wowed by my technique, right? That's not it at all. I'm just doing it to express and to make a connection and to uplift people, right? Like if you're in a space where you're like, oh, I want people just to see how good I am. Well, it's like, now what is the art, right? The art has now turned into self-validation and self-glorification. You shouldn't, like people are going to respect the technique regardless because they're like, yo, this art, I could tell it's masterful, skillful, like you put your all into it, right? But as soon as you get into that mode where you're like, I want people to see how good I am. I want people to, like, it's like, yeah, chill. Like, what's the point? Like, it's just to like express yourself, to inspire and let it be received, as that. I used to work with Tory Lanez, and like, Tory Lanez is a really successful artist. I mean, he's in jail now, but very talented. This guy is very, very talented. I see this guy in the studio just make records. This guy just a lot of energy. There's one thing funny about him though, was like he always wanted credit for everything. So like, if like you shot a video with him, like it was never like fully directed by you or edited by you. Like even if he told you to change one scene, he wanted to change the video to like, not with me, because he respected me. Like me is like it was in hindsight, like people always respected me like that. Like the different people I worked with, they're like, yo, this is shot in hindsight. But after that, I noticed like everything he did was like shot by him, edited by him, or like produced by him when other people were involved. But he wanted the credit for everything, so people could be like, wow, look how talented he is. But regardless, when you're a talent, it just shines through. Like you don't even have to tell people you're a talent because it's just felt. So you have to be careful because in that creative process, once you get into that self-glorification area, again, that's how you start to dim that light of your artistry. And that's a rabbit hole. And like, we all get there. I've been there as well. I've been there as well. Like I was telling someone the other day, I'm like, with my live streams, I'm like, I want to make it so intuitive to the point that people don't even know technically how I'm doing or what I'm doing. Like people don't even recognize like, oh, he's changing the volumes with the sounds. Once I use, probably once I figure out this little machine and I'm not even maybe using the ring anymore, people won't even notice. It's just more will just be felt instead of being like, hey, wow, like it's just more just felt. Like it's more about the experience. It's more about the person receiving it and me just expressing who I am that day in that moment and whatever it may be. I've lost my creativity when I've gotten too far into my ego and I've gotten too far into like, oh, I need to be the best. I want to be the best. I realized like competition is about sharpening two swords and pushing the culture forward. Like my intention right now is like, I've noticed streaming is a very popular creative form right now. A lot of people stream, but they kind of stream in one way. They kind of watch videos and react to it. Yeah, there's people that do other things. You go on Twitch, you see a bunch of things. But I was like, let me compete. But let me compete to push the culture forward. I'm actually trying to like show people, hopefully these things grow and they get bigger and people can actually see that like you can actually go in a positive realm and not dive into the bullshit and like just focus on your craft and create a dope community that rocks with you. And you don't have to do it through like bullshit. You could do it in a positive way. Some people just don't think that's possible sometimes. So to me, that's like pushing the culture forward, pushing the culture forward. And that's like a good competitiveness. It's about pushing the craft that we all love forward. Two basketball players, they may be playing against each other, competing, but they love the sport so much that they're trying to break new records. So the next generation can be like, wow, look how many points he was able to get in the game. I know that's possible now. I could get 80 points in the game. And then the next generation does it and beats that record, right? So like a lot of the creative process is constantly checking the ego. It's constantly checking the self. It's constantly checking our intentions. That happens in all of that. That happens in everything that we do. It happens in our relationships. You constantly have to check, what am I operating out of right now? What am I operating out of right now? What is fueling me in this season? Am I being fueled solely by my jealousy? Am I being fueled solely by fear? Because we can run off of that type of fuel, and that's fine. That fuel has its place, that fuel can serve its purpose, but I call it like cheap fuel. It's instant fuel. It's just something that you can like quickly like inflame like a lighter, but it's not going to sustain you the whole way. Like you may be inspired to get into the gym or go on a self-love journey after a breakup, right? And like that breakup, your ex, you wanting to show them that you can be better and like, you're living your life great. That could be a great motivator. That could like catapult you into like a self-love journey and get you into the gym or whatever. But that reason is not going to carry you to your destination. It's only an igniter. At some point, you got to change the fuel, and that fuel has to come from a real place within, right? It has to come from your heart, has to come from some good intentions, and just identifying what is my fuel this season. Oh, I'm being driven by fear right now. Oh, I'm being driven solely. I'm trying to compete with my friends right now. That's not the best place to be. Oh, I'm getting too much in my ego. And then we just check ourselves with that, and then shift the intention, shift that. That's why this creative act is a spiritual book. I know it's called a creative act, but it's actually a deeply spiritual book. Right? This is like a Bible. You could look at this like a Bible, to be honest. You could really look at this like a Bible. If you look at it like that. And that is what I do. I do what I do because it's a form of self-improvement for me. It's a form of a spirituality for me. And because that is my intention, it has a natural positive domino effect. If I did what I did, like, just to like, I don't know, be popular, the natural domino effect wouldn't really be the light that, that we're currently having. But when it's for, you truly just trying to like elevate yourself and like, learn about life and, if it's a spiritual practice, all these things, there's going to be natural positive effects from that. And then now you can do it forever, right? Because there's always so much room to grow. That's why this book is titled The Creative Act, A Way of Being. And him saying a way of being, it's like, this is a way of life. This is a way of life. This is a way of being. Like creating isn't like just this like, oh, hobby sometimes I do. No, it's a way of being. We're constantly creating our lives. It's a way of being. Being in a creative mindset is a way of being, right? Like a creative mindset looks at their home. They go home and they're like, how can I make this home feel more comfortable for myself? How can I make this home smell better? When someone's coming over, you're like, how can I give this person a good experience? You know how I figured out, like, intuitively having tea on videos was really good experience, and people were like, I love how you make me tea. I was doing that for people before I did it on videos. People would come to my studio and I would give them tea, and I would see how much they enjoyed that, and like they would sit down and have the incense going. Like what I did with y'all on video, I was doing in my studio before I was making those type of videos. So I had that personal, actual connection with people in that way, and then I brought it through the screen. Because it's a way of being. That's even a creative act. Someone coming to my house, me being like, how can I make this a good experience for them? Making it comfortable, making them get some tea. And then people would always come to my place, and then they would just like, they felt like it was a sanctuary. They felt like it was a place that they could just like release their thoughts. And they're not realizing I've made it comfortable for them to be in that space. I created that environment. I had the incense going, they had the tea, and I'm just being there, like willing to listen, or we're laughing, or whatever it may be. That's a creative act. So even just the way you show up with your friends, the way you engage with people is a creative act. I always hate this idea when people say, oh, I'm not creative. It's like, yeah, you are. It's like creating is not painting, and it's not just painting and making a song. That's just like the typical things that we see. That's like the typical things that we see. Not typical, that like downgrades it, but that's like the mainstream ones we get used to. Like he talks about in this book is like, yo, just the way we are being is a creative act. What a good book, man. What a good book. Yo, are some of you still here? Let me see. I don't even know if anyone's here. Oh no, we still here. We still got people here. We still got people here. I should have been recording. That was a little good spiel right there. I felt good energy in that. I wish I had that. I wish I was recording that. I could have shared that. That could have been a video right there. That's how I kind of want to create videos, is I'd rather stream for hours, and within those videos, within the streams, create videos, right? Because then it's like, one thing I don't really enjoy sometimes is that like start and cut off of making a video, like the presenting energy. And I was like, I'd rather just try to capture my essence in an environment, and that only happens in a long form, like in a longer form. Because something I like about Joe Rogan, now a lot of people hate on Joe Rogan, but Joe Rogan got an amazing podcast. He bring on such a wide diversity of people. Even if you don't like Joe himself, the guests he brings on is just like a spectrum of like geniuses across this planet, or funny people, whoever. But what I love about his podcast is all his podcasts are about 3 hours long. Because he's like, yo, it takes just an hour to connect with people, just to get into the groove. Most people, when they do podcasts, it's only an hour and a half. Joe Rogan's like, yo, no, just at the hour mark is just when I have them settled in, right? Then he knows, boom, in the next hour, he's going to really get a lot out of them. And what I love about that podcast is he's never interviewing the person. They're just having a conversation. Pretty much every other podcast I watch, a lot of them who have guests come on, a lot of them are like, you could tell they had like this set of questions, and it's more like a long form interview with conversation mixed. But what I like about Joe Rogan's is it's like just a conversation. Like he starts off the podcast like, hey guy, what's up? What's going on? He doesn't start the podcast off like, we have New York Times bestseller, sold 3 books. He doesn't do all that. He's just like, hey man, what's going on? What are you doing today? How you feeling? And then they just get into a conversation. And I think that long formness of what he's creating, what a lot of people don't realize is you can only get what he's getting out of people when you're in that long form, right? Because you're giving time for the energy to settle and for the personality to really come, right? Imagine like when you meet somebody, the more you talk to them, the more comfortable you are with them. So if you just sit down and you only have 40 minutes with somebody, sometimes it's like, boom, that 40 minutes feels like a lot of pressure. But in that long format, he gets a lot of good stuff out of people. And I find for myself, I prefer the long formats because it may be like an hour and a half, and then now I'm actually in a groove. Now like the brains are connecting. Now the energy is settled, versus like, okay, I got to make an 8-minute video, start blah, 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 off. It's like not necessarily the process I enjoy anymore. So yeah, we're experimenting. What is the guy's name? Joe Rogan. He's like the biggest that's the biggest podcast on the planet, Joe Rogan. A lot of people don't like him. I don't know why. Don't even gotta like him. The podcast is actually, there's a reason why it's the #1 podcast in the world. It's because he's got great guests, and the format. I feel like Diary of a CEO is a good podcast, but like I feel like he wants to be, bigger than Joe Rogan. But where Diary of a CEO, where that podcast falls short, and it's an amazing podcast, but it's too produced. It feels like he's interviewing them. He's got a set of questions, and like he's going for the punchline. Versus, I really like how Joe Rogan's just having a conversation, just like how what we're doing. We're just hanging out. Somehow Joe Rogan is able to do that with everybody. He'll do it with a marine biologist. He'll do it with someone from the CIA. Then he'll do it with a comedian. Then he'll do it with a politician. Then he'll do it with like Snoop Dogg or like Wiz Khalifa. Then he'll go back and do it with like a neuroscientist. Then he'll do it with Elon Musk. I'm like, how are you talking to all these different kind of people every single day on this wide spectrum with these like, and just like, hey man, what's going on? That is a skill. That is like a real art that people don't understand. That is a real art. So I got a lot of respect for that podcast because of the long form. Not a lot of people can sit there for 3 hours focused and have a conversation with someone every day from a different industry. It's insane. I really respect those type of things. I love to see it. And again, some people get upset with people's like personal, political views and stuff. But sometimes you got to separate that stuff, Sometimes you got to separate that stuff. People are very, we're all very complex. We all have layers and elements to us. And just because you don't like one thing about a person shouldn't be the whole reason to write off their whole essence, Start to understand the nuances and gray areas of people. Like no one's going to like anybody, all their being, But you got to respect good work when you see it, regardless. Gotta respect good work when you see it, regardless. The energy comes from you by practicing and starting, I guess. Yeah, for sure. You're never going to be able to perfect something in secrecy, right? You're always going to just, while you're in the process. One of my favorite creative forms would be comedians, because comedians are very interesting. Comedians only can get good by being on stage. They don't even know if a joke is fully funny until they test it out on stage. Versus like, someone who plays a guitar or makes a song, like someone could be a really good musician before they ever even play a live show. They can just be in the studio by themselves, perfecting their craft. A comedian cannot perfect their craft unless they get on stage and bomb and fail. Let me tell you, comedians are some of the most interesting personalities because there's not a lot of other creative art forms that are like that, where you have to put yourself in front of everybody right away just to get good. They got to do that constantly. They got to go work out their job. I'm like, oh my God, that's crazy. That's crazy. Their resilience to failure is different. They have to go bomb, So anytime I meet a comedian, I'm like, I want to talk to them because I'm like, a lot of people have like a fear of failure. These guys, these women, they hop on stage and fail purposely. They're like, oh my God, let me see if this joke works. Oh, no, nobody laughed. Let me go back and fix that. A very, 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 very interesting process, very interesting creative process. And you kind of got to respect it, even if like you see a comedian who's bombing, that's a part, they have to do that. They have to bomb. It's a part of the process, that's the only way they get better. They don't get the luxury like a lot of us to like, a painter gets good in privacy. And then one day when they're so good, they can go show the world. Comedians are different, man. It's different. I respect it though. This is one of my favorite sounds as of lately. It's like, I don't know if you've heard this, but it's like, it's been in lots of my videos and podcasts. That's underneath. Unless you're Bernie Mac or Cat Williams. Yeah, they're funny, but like even they bombed. We just didn't see their bombs, Like these guys, we saw their specials, but we didn't see all the tiny clubs they were in. Like even like, even the biggest comedians like Dave Chappelle now still go to tiny clubs unannounced just to test their jokes out. It's the only way they get better. Yeah, I hear stories of all the time, like, oh, boom, Chris Rock popped up here. Boom, Dave Chappelle popped up here. They just like unannounced. They don't advertise. It's not like, hey, Dave Chappelle's in town. No, they just show up to the club. They know the club owner. Hey, man, is there a spare 10 minutes, 20 minutes? I'm going to go on stage. Boom, they go on 20 minutes, work out a little 20 minutes. Boom. We don't see this. Kevin Hart does the same thing. Kevin Hart will go to like little clubs unannounced because that's how comedians do it. That's their workout. That's their workout. What is the music called? This one's called, I don't know what it's called actually. This is something I found a long time ago. It was like a 101. I would say this is just a lot of, it's West African. It's a lot of, man, was it West African? It's like Namibia. Where's Namibia? I think Namibia is West Africa. Is Namibia even a country? I'm tripping. Namibia. Yeah. South Africa. Boom, boom, we South Africa again. It's definitely South African. The sounds. Yeah, a whole newfound respect hearing that. No, I did not respect before, but new light on it. No, a lot of people don't recognize that about comedians. It's different because, like, trust me, like, it was I had to work up to the ability to be on live stream as comfortable as I am. But if I had to go on a stage tonight, I'd be freaking out. Yeah, I'd be freaking out, And then just knowing I was gonna, this is a different type, and you just got to respect it and then learn from it. They're just like it's just a different thing. Everything's just its own different art form, but it's a very interesting one. Reminds me of Tory Lanez. What reminds you of Tory Lanez? Oh, the sound? Yeah, it's a beautiful sound. It's a beautiful sound. I gotta figure out how I could just stream every day like this. I gotta figure out how to make that a reality and not go broke. That's just so. How can I just remain? How can I just do what I do and not go broke? How can I do what I love and thrive? Of course, you want to thrive, but like it's just like streaming's a little different of a flow. It's a different monetization. Yo, make sure y'all hit that like button. I see we have 356 likes. I already know in total thousands of people have actually come through here. So we short on the likes. Is that beer? No, why would that be beer? That'd be so weird. That'd be so weird. You must be new here. It's all good. No, my brother, it's tea. We just drinking tea. I'm inspired energy now after the comedian talk. Yeah, man, it's that's what other creative art forms are there for, to inspire. And then, you don't need the same spirit as a comedian, but like you can adopt a piece of that spirit, right? Adopt a piece of that, like, I have to fail to get better. And beyond failing, I have to fail in front of people. The humility, the way you have to humble yourself to do that. And they do it for the love of getting the laugh, That's beautiful. Man, I'm trying. I be thinking. I be thinking. Why does it sound like that? Yeah, this is officially the longest stream I've done. So, yeah, hats off to everybody who's joined in at some point. This is the longest stream I've ever done. It's been 5 hours. 5 hours. 5 hours. That's crazy. That's crazy. I like this drum loop though. I made this drum loop not that long ago. I put this together not long ago, and then I was like, oh, I need to be more. And then I was like, no, it doesn't. This is all. It's fine, just like this. It doesn't have to be anything else. It's perfect. It's just like a little, walking through the forest or up a mountain vibe. Yeah, this has been a 5-hour stream. I'll probably leave the stream up, but it's gonna be a long stream for the replay. And like I think about like an hour ago, we were in a really nice frequency. I almost took a few hours just to get into like the flow. Are you a morning person, Heinz? I am a morning person. Normally, I'll be honest, I'm usually getting into bed right about now. I'm usually getting into bed right about now. But today's an exception. Today's an exception. Make sure you hit that like button for the algorithm. Let the algorithm know. Will we leave it for a day so I can see it? Yeah, I'll leave it. I think there's a part in there where we got kicked off, but we were watching a movie. The plan was to film a meditation video today, but we figured out all the sounds anyways for the meditation video, so it's okay that we didn't make that today. It's okay that we didn't make that today. Sheesh, you've been live for 5 hours, bro. We're doing our push-ups, man. We're doing our push-ups. We're creating that endurance. There was once a point where I would be burned out at 2 hours. There was a point where I'd be burned out at 2 hours. Now we have 5 hours. I'm about to close it up pretty soon here. I'm about to go home and play my handpan. But 5 hours is not bad. I'm trying to, a lot of good thinking today. I'm in Europe, so it's morning for me. It's been a beautiful way to start my day. That's the thing too, is we're all in different time zones. Someone said I done had a whole meal and came back. I've been here through a whole work shift, pretty much. We've been here for 5 hours, so 5 hour stream, we getting the reps up, we getting the endurance up, Plus we've been in the gym every day, so that's I think because we've been in the gym, it's a lot easier for me to stream because I can actually sit up for hours and not feel pain. So we're definitely gonna go to the gym in the morning. Yeah, yeah, we're definitely gonna go to the gym in the morning for an hour. I basically work out just so I can do this. I'll be honest, like that's like there's not much other motivation. I work out so I can just like be able to do this and like work and like just like have a clear mind. You know, how far away is the studio from your house? Minutes. To the point I usually just leave. To the point I don't even like to bring my work home, like my computer home or nothing. Like I can come here just even if I just have to do something for an hour, I'll come here because it's like minutes away. Like not even 5 minutes. It's probably a 3-minute drive. Probably 3-minute drive, to be honest. Man, you know what I want to hear again is that Thames record. Is that it's good. We can raise up the volume as well. You know. It's so much fun, y'all. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna hop on TikTok live stream. Probably be there for like a good 4 hours or something like that. So if you want to join, tune in. Today was a good unstructured. I mean, I call them unstructured vibes all the time, but really it's just a hangout. We just get into whatever. And I'm gonna figure out how we could do a movie night because I didn't like how they kicked us off for watching that movie clip. I don't like that. But we gonna figure out how to get some movies in here sometime. I shall go home. I'll see y'all soon. I'll leave the replay up.